Hello world. What am I doing? Oh, we're going this way. Yeah, sure. Let's go this way. Wait. Another source. We do have a little flag next to it now. Wait, really? Don't go this way? Oh, I haven't gone that way before. That's why it doesn't show up like that, I don't think. No, we don't want to enter. We need to start to go thinking about going back home. So much loyalty going on. Oh, what is this? Oh, what? Oh. Problem-solving opportunities to Z's occur from time to time in your domain. These events may increase or decrease your barony stats. Don't forget to look them up. All current events are listed at the bottom of the screen. An event may be addressed by an advisor. There will be unavailable further missions. Every event has a difficulty level. Yeah, I heard you. Oh, there you go. Plus 2 points per rank for every roll. Oh, wait. 2 bonus for charisma population stat. Rank is 1, so it gives another plus 2. Plus 4 points. Okay. Annoying. I love the okay messages. A giant weed is taking over more and more farmland. Someone must persuade the peasants to start fighting the pets. Wait, I can still do this? Why do I have to go back to my... Why do I have to go back here every month if I can just tell someone... Should be attended before the 1st of Ardius. That is indeed... Only 2 weeks left. Cars 20 days to solve. Wait, what? There's no way we're gonna get that done in time. Right, there you go. But these troll sightings. Oh, shit. Oh. Yeah, you're busy. Oops. Oh, only 3 days left on the project. Both of those projects, so that's fine.
I need to catch my breath.
May we have a moment of respite?
Yes, we are gonna take a rest in the trading post. Wonder if we bring our stash to the trading post, or what has changed in the trading post. We shall see. Aramis encumbered. Wait, what? Only medium weight. Who's this for? And negative energy. Alright. Talk to Bokken. Bokken, how would you like to become my court alchemist? Old man peers with an inquisitory squint. Court alchemist? Me? That'd be a first. Bokken finally sighs and waves his hand. Gah, fine. Come what may, you've been kind to me. Killed those damn spiders and brought an old man some berries. I'll work for you. Just one thing, though. I need a new laboratory. Someplace to keep my old bottles and ingredients. A workshop, yes. And as for me, don't worry. I'll do my part. Nice. Build a workshop. In the outskirts. Do you have anything new to say? Not really. Alright. Pretty sure we did read the book. Yep. And we did read the porn book as well. I might keep that a little bit for my own sanity. Right, but we can sell... all of those at least. Doesn't make my life much easier. You'd say? Oh. Oh. I don't need everybody here. Can I? Yes. We do have the personal stash over here. That's pretty neat. $1,000, eh? I keep that in my inventory? Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep that in my inventory. So many things. Got this arcane protector here. No one is using a dagger still, so... Alright. Maybe I shouldn't carry all these... What if we get robbed, right? Carry all these spells around? Alright. Do like this. That we... through Octavia... We don't have to do this every time. Go through all these. Did learn that potions are way better. Using a scroll is not as good. I mean, you can use a scroll on someone else, I suppose. The benefit. Aha. Now let's drop off all the scrolls. I could sell. No, they're cheap as fuck, aren't they? Just keep them just in case. Maybe someone else wants to copy them into their spellbook and whatnot, but aid. Plus 1 morale bonus on attack rolls and saves. Fear, temporary hit points. 1d8 plus caster level. Neat. Bark skin. Blur. Do I have potions in here? You just look for consumables instead of just scrolling like this, but it looks pretty damn empty. Usable. The only thing I have is the Shield of Faith. For 1 minute. Two shields present. Bunch of daggers. Dagger, dagger, dagger. Sell those. Can I drop off the wands? You know what? Yeah, these are dependent on level, so we might want to wait until we're higher level to carry those. I'm running out of potions though. He's gonna be our potion maker, but let's buy some anyways. Oh, that's expensive though. Super expensive. Let's go to sleep. Gotta be more efficient, right? Because we only sleep for the 8 hours. We don't need to do any hunting. He's not our potion maker yet, so... So expensive. So expensive. These don't really do anything. Plus, it's just 1d8. And I've got 64 life. 1d8, that's 4. 4 health for 37 gold. Oof. Oh no, runner. Let's see again. How are you doing today? I was able. He says I was able to patch HDL with Nix in it today. It was so easy. Oh, that is so cool. I'll love to hear that. Oh, that was 3 gold. Hey, I'm rich. And the bark skin is the same cost as the potion here. I don't know. Could double up on tanks and just skip a mirror, or yeah, skip a mirror and just do 2 tanks and 4 ranged characters. That would be something. Everyone says, yeah, think of all the freedom we have to use anything we want if NixOS can just auto-package anything. I mean, anything? Either way, Node Runner, even if it couldn't, even if it can't or won't auto-package anything, it will give us a start, right? It will give you a skeleton, right? This is probably how it's gonna work. And then if a few things doesn't work, then you have a basis, something to work from. Actually, maybe NixOS could auto-package anything in the future. That would be so cool. But yeah. Fucking cool either way, right? I don't think there are any people around here. Couple of dogs. Bunch of chickens. The real question is, can NixOS package NixOS? It's kind of a shell script, isn't it? How do you package a shell script? You're dependent on Nix. I mean, my guess is yes. That's my guess. Did I change your spells? A little bit. Didn't change your hotbar though. Alright, we have Bane, we have Stunning Barrier, True Strike, and that's fine. We have Bull Strength, we can toss that on ourselves, and we did keep 1 moderate wounds. Spell Magic's probably fine, Bestow Curse is probably fine. Why aren't you fighting defensively? Always fight defensively. Then we do fight defensively. You don't have to fight defensively. No, I think we're gonna keep a mirror for the AoE melee. Could just go all melee. That would be something. I'm not gonna bring anything else. No. Gonna leave. I'm assuming during development they have tried. Feels like something to test, right? Can I package myself? That work? And if it does, great. Any +2 military? Sure. Wonder if I can go into this village. Yeah, it says never been to this location. We can go there and maybe build stuff while we're there. I don't even know. Alright, the first thing we do always, bark skin And I think Barkskin on a Mary. Because those last, yeah, 30 minutes and 50 minutes, yeah. That's just not gonna run out, is it? Which came first, the package or the NixOS? Wait. I'm confused. Isn't that the same thing? The package is NixOS. That's the name of the package. Could argue that NixOS came first. As an idea in someone's head, in someone's mind. They had an idea. The concept of it.
Here.
All our U-buffs are super fucking slow. You know what? Let's move this around a little bit. We can move you over here. Move Hurricane Bow over here. We're not gonna enhance Constitution. We had another buff, which is Cat's Grace over here. Have an enlarged person. Wonder about Mage Armor. For 1 hour. So maybe we can cast Mage Armor immediately. Does that work on you? Or you? Mage plus armor bonus to AC. Alright. So if we check ourselves, we can see our armor bonus. We only have +1 braces of armor. So we could give +4 armor to you, right? Or +3. That put us at 26. Let's try it out.
Ready and willing. Let us bide our time.
Yeah. 26. Flat-footed gives us plus, yeah, 26, 23. Holy shit. Might want to do the Flying V. I have you as a tank, and then these two as secondaries. We're soon level 6, but we're nowhere near lawful neutral. That's gonna be annoying. Man, I want to go to lawful neutral here, but... Yeah, that's the first formation. The second formation, however, is... That's gotta put Amiri in an annoying position, though. Right?
The path is clear.
Mary is not in a great position in this. Well, she can still move around and wait, right? Now says that KDE is starting to piss me off. Oh, that's too bad. What's happening with it? Wand of Greed. I was the grease reflex save? Don't you have like a great reflex? No, just +7. Oh, that is maybe pretty great. Yeah, that's a dex thing, right? +2 from dex. So, not great. Fine, I suppose. Just shitting itself? Wait, shitting itself?
Tread lightly.
What does that even mean in terms of a desktop environment?
Let us be careful.
Oh shit.
Who will prevail? Does it
Right.
matter?
So, Divya, aspect of the Falcon. You, start singing. You, Blessing of the Faithful. Morganzora, prayer. Yeah, prayer. You're gonna run over here. Mary. You can start raging. You can just run. We're gonna set you to do a Bane in a second here. What about you? Stunning Strike? Yeah. Actually, we get Manticore information. Oh, is this level 6 Magical Beast? 63 hit points? Oh yeah. We have this fight. What happened with the Stunning Fist? What else can you do? And the Duke of Caffein's call. Just try it out. Maybe it's gonna work. Maybe it's not gonna work. I feel like more often than not, maybe not. Notice it's not working. Be right back. Right. Good luck, I guess. Yeah. Right, Harem. Buff yourself. Bane. Right. Stunning Fist. It did fail the Stunning Fist. Oh, and look at that. You know what? No, you can just
Repent!
attack, because we did succeed the stun, right? What is this? Stunning Fist. And attack at the... Mary deals 29 damage. Oof. Unarmed Strike. I just dealt 7 damage. Oof. There's a little bit of difference between 29 and 7. Oof. But we did stun it, so... I guess we just go for attack then. Same with you, just fucking attack. Tavia, also, just attack.
Provoked.
You can do an extra attack. That's the bite thing. Wait, damage result 2. 1d6 is too old? Wait, didn't I give you a thing for this? It's additional 1d6 cold damage and trips the target. Oh, this was the bite and this was the bite. Look at that. Here is a beast. What do you do? Oh, can we just tell you to attack?
Repent.
Get fucked. Manticore dies. Again. Oh no, I'm Mary. Why would you fail that? Dueling sword. Fancy belt. Belt of incredible dexterity. It's over here, isn't it? What belt do you have? Constitution. I might actually want plus Dex rather than Constitution here. I mean, I know that we are going to have Constitution, but Dex gives us more... But not getting hit, right? This one is to have more health to get hit by. This one is not getting hit, because you already have... What do you have? Yeah, you have a strength belt. You definitely want that. You could have a constitution, right? Because you have 48 health instead of you has 59, 65. Might need to unequip this stuff from you later, but... Yeah, that's a good find. Alright, you don't actually have to loot everything. I don't think. You need to find everything, though. Oh, you still are fatigued for 1 second, so it's gonna disappear as soon as we start moving, right? Yeah. Here we go. Ancient Curse. You've met an artisan, a special character can craft equipment for you, from tough armor to powerful weapons, magic, jewelry, and scrolls. You will find one in every region of the Stolen Lands. Some of them arrive to you on their own, others can be found in settlements. Having your own artisan is troublesome and expensive. It's up to you if you want to help a particular artisan or not. Every artisan you meet will ask you for a favor. As soon as you fulfill their request, a workshop blueprint will appear in the settlement. An artisan with the workshop receives payment from the treasury and crafts weapons or armor for either at your request or their own accord. Each artisan will eventually request your help in creating a special item. Complete their special quest to unlock a masterpiece. Sweet. Alright. And we have visitors in the castle. Oh, because of the curse thing. Yeah. Mary is busy. For 2 more days. Then we send Amiri after the trolls. I see. These are completed. I wonder why they sit here. It's like, yeah, they're completed. Why do you not look the same? We have visitors and projects. We can't afford any of the projects at the moment. Oh, you're still working on the curse thing. 2 more days. So the event was visitors in the castle. Oh, I see. The artisan. And we are gonna go back to the castle. We are going there. Oh. Someone fucking leveled up, eh, Tristan? You're gonna keep being a priest, right? At least until Healer's Blessing. What was this? Holy Lance. Give a weapon you touch a holy special weapon quality for a number of rounds equal to half your level in the class. Oh, Holy Lance seems great as well. So at least level 8. Alright, next. Definitely good at religion. You don't fucking need to be good at persuasion, do you? Deception, lore. That's fine. I think we're gonna just go athletics and stealth. Maybe mobility. Go with athletics. Healer's Blessing. This was 6th level. All of your cure spells are treated as if they were empowered. Increases the amount of damage healed by half, plus 50%. Sweet. Let's stack with Empower spell meta magic feat. Complete. That's fantastic. We're having a great healer now. I think still didn't get any new spells, did you? Oh, you did get a new spell. 2 new spell slots. Would you look at that? You do have the Banes to remove fear, the summon monster. And that's just a touch, isn't it? Oh, allies win a 30-foot burst. Oh. My phone. I'm just gonna mute here for a second. That was a phone call. Had to be taken care of. Also need to send a message. Right. We were gonna add some spells, right? That's what we're gonna do. What's this? Lesser Restoration. I'm actually thinking that we're gonna do another Owl's Wisdom here. And here, another Prayer. Prayer was fucking awesome. Oh, +1 luck roll, -1 penalty roll. It's only... Oh. Awesome? Maybe not. Maybe isn't the word. It's okay. Spell raises a 1d4 +2 undead skeletal champions. They appear where you designate and act according to their initiative checks. Attack your opponents at the best of their ability. Nice. Another summon thing if we wanted to. Oh. I'm just waiting till it crashes like that. Right. Go. Do we enter? Sure. I'm curious what is going to happen. Oh, look at that. Trader where we can... Petrified egg. Pretty neat. Do I want to buy these things? I don't think so. Not yet. We haven't started doing
I'll go ahead.
food stuff. Something tells me these are all gonna look the same, aren't they? Or I wonder if the buildings that we build are actually gonna start popping up. Priest says, Your Grace, thank you for finding time to visit this humble corner of the God's blessed barony. How can I be of service? Services do you offer? Spell Devire, spells and scrolls. Right, and you can cast spells. Yeah, these are just... buy Scrolls of Resurrection if we want to. And that was it. Priest and a vendor. So we can sell stuff here. And we can buy a few things. Oh. Claimed a bunch of stuff. I think it's time to go back, right? I don't really see a better path than just... Oh, you know what? We can just... see if anything pops up here.
Need to catch my breath.
Fucking Octavia.
Have a moment of respite.
I'm hungry. When we stop?
Yes, now we can rest. Wait, do we rest? Fine.
Have you ever thought of leaving the warrior's path? Finding a new task? Putting away your sword?
Putting away? Yeah, right. It would get stolen right away. And it's pretty valuable.
Right. Great success. How long did it take? We don't need more loyalty right now. However, I do want to go here. Should we just keep traveling, actually? There we go. Yes. Alright, we had visitors. I'm assuming they show up in the throne room. There's space to skip dialogue or banter when the party makes camp. Oh, look at that. We can just skip it. We want to. Hey, here we go. Visitor. Stefano Mosconi. The man before you reeks of vanity. His black hair is curled, styled, and generously waxed. Generally waxed. From the hair atop his head to the points of his mustache, his cheeks and forehead are powdered white, giving him a pallid look. His hands rest casually on the golden hilt of his rapier. As he approaches, a mean, sly smile appears on his face, clearly practiced and prepared in advance. Ah, the ruler of this barony. I'm flattered by your attention. Sir Stephanie Mosconi of Pitax at your service. The man performs a derisive bow. Pitax, eh? Isn't that where... Ah, thieves and smugglers. What news of Pitax? Life in Pitax is splendid, thank you. All thanks to the work of my king and sovereign Castruccio Irovetti. Our city definitely prospers. Sir Stefano grins, staring unabashedly into your eyes. A stark contrast to your own crumbling hamlet. Wow. Neutral evil? I'd watch my tone if I were you. Lest I sent you back to Pitax in a box, or perhaps several boxes. Yeah. That's the one we're going for. Because evil is more important, well... Yeah, evil is more important than stuff like that. Also makes sense, right? He's insulting us. We insult him right back. Stefano says, and now we resort to insults. Hardly surprising. Stefanos lets out a long sigh, tapping his rapier. Well, you aren't worth the glove it would take to challenge you. Besides, you'd probably just run off and hawk it. It's so easily worth twice what you've got in the throne room. He stares at you and snorts. You know, the initial goal of my visit is to take measure of your so-called barony to see if you had anything of value to offer Pitax. And do you know what I found? Nothing. You have absolutely nothing to offer. Military weak, culture weak, economy weak. You'd best pray to all the gods that my king Irovetti doesn't declare war on you. On the other hand, maybe you should pray he conquers you. The mess of this barony could use the rule of a proper king. I don't want to threaten to send him to the gallows. Alright, let's go neutral. No matter how weak your baronet may be, you have no right to speak to me in such a tone. Yeah, I don't actually want to send him to the gallows. So, let's just do neutral. Indeed, what was I thinking? What value could there be in speaking to someone who can barely understand the word of an educated noble? Learned what I wish to know. I bid you farewell. Uh-oh. Hello? Hello? What's happening? Hello, Moonpie Dumplings. Let's see again. Why is... Moonpie Dumplings says, very promising. If only I could figure out what command SMB&C is actually using, right? What? Hello? Oh, here we go. Weird. I received 2,000 gold coins. Very nice. Your Grace, we are victorious. We fought off the spider invasion and defeated the strange dryad who led them. Sign of gratitude. Your subjects have a special reward for you. Monies. Nita says, I wonder, was this flood of spiders truly caused by that curse? I mean, the curse must be ancient and very ominous. The spiders were definitely scary, but, well, they weren't ancient and ominous. I agree with Lindsay. This does seem strange. Seems more like a plot of an insane dryad than a true curse. Then how can we explain the dismal atmosphere on the bald hilltop? The pressure both of us felt there jawed. Maybe the curse drove the poor dryad insane, causing her to lead the spider invasion to the barony. Oh, documentation, right, Moonpie Dumplings? Still with those issues. Christian shakes his head incredulously. In any case, I have alarming news. As soon as the spider invasion was over, I visited the bald hilltop again. It's growing quiet once more, and just as gloomy as before. I don't think the curse is broken, just laying low, like the monster's rests before it feeds again. What? Again? I'm sorry to bring in the bad news. Unfortunately, we failed to defeat this curse for good. How much time do we have? Oh, a fair amount. I said half a year or more. Now that the bald hilltop is quiet again, I can barely feel its evil will. I'm sure we will have enough time to prepare for the next attack. Want to deal with this problem once and for all? What do you recommend? Yes, let's level the bald hilltop to the ground and put an end to this curse. Tristan says, I doubt we will be able to defeat it in such a straightforward fashion. The heart of the curse is undoubtedly centered at the bald hilltop, but the spiders appeared all throughout the barony. I don't think we're going to do any damage to the curse by dethroning the hilltop. I would expect exactly the opposite. We'd only provoke it to attack again immediately on the heels of the last. No, the best we can do for now is make sure that we've prepared for the next attack. Don't be such a pessimist, Tristan. We might truly be able to overcome the curse, but only by studying thoroughly. Your Grace, I'll gather all the information available on the situation and get to work. Alright, good. Prepare for the attack. I'll figure some way to fight it. Lindsay frowns. I don't understand. I spoke to the locals. They never had any spider invasions before, and nothing ever happened to the bald hilltop before either. Now both spiders and the curse, right when the new barony appeared in the Stolen Lands. All of this seems highly coincidental. Right? Yeah. Alright. What do we have? Nothing here, nothing here. We need... Right, we need to go to the Verdant Chambers. Gotta find the troll trouble, indeed. But, oh, it bothers the fuck out of me that it doesn't tell us any information. Just somewhere in the Gnarl Marches. Oh, this is just gonna take us to the Gnarl Marches. We can go and explore anyways, right? We did kill another mighty monster. I thought that was gonna do something, but I guess not. Wanted legacy. Maybe I don't need to bring Harim and we can bring Harim later. I don't even know. Solve 12 events. Yeah, we need a treasure. Annexation? I don't even know. We need to manage our kingdom. Oh, build points and income. Here we go. I've only got 27 build points. Shit. Build points are the barony's main upgrade. They are required for settlement, upgrades, construction, project management, and so on. The barony's treasury weekly income is 30 BP sent by Jamandia Lore from the Brevoy. Apart from that, your territories have their own individual income, which consists of their basic income plus other BP sources. What are other BP sources then? We only have +2 in BP. That doesn't. Right, basic income depends on your barony's stats. Each rank adds 1 BP point per week. Income but the total rank contribution to basic income cannot exceed their profitability of your economy. Right. Example, the Baroness economy rank equals 3 and it adds 3 BP to the weekly income. Population rank equals 5, but it cannot add more than 3 BP to the weekly income due to the Baroness economy. Alright, so economy is important. We do want to rank up economy. That's why we only have 32. We need another one. We need to level up economy. All other BP sources such as trade agreements are added to the basic income as it is. Half of the Baroness income except the initial 30 is sent to Brevoy. You will be able to claim independence from Brevoy to retain the full BP income, but lose the initial 30 BP income later during the game. Inspiration for today is self-awareness is an assault on infinity. I mean, sure, yeah, kind of, right? Self-awareness. You look at yourself as an individual, right? Separate from the rest of infinity, right? There is a border, a kind of dualistic experience of life. How is that inspiring? I don't know. I don't know. Do you have an idea? It's nice to see you again. How are you doing today? I'll get you on tap. Alright. We did discuss the Bald Hilltop. We fixed those events. Oh shit, we need one more day. Oh, and since you're working, right? I cannot do the rank up, can I? Right, what do we have here? Have research into nature of curses, the Bald Hilltop. 60 days to resolve, 100 BP. Rebuild the Temple of the Elk, pillage the temple. Seven days. Trade agreement with Sertova. Can't do that yet. Wait, what happened with the ranking up? Is that an event? Alright. Troubled lands. General patrol instilled respect in the locals and gave, boom, some success. Fantastic. And the other one? Success. Now that the undead engineer's curse has been lifted, it might be prudent to study and be more prepared next time. It appears that curses are mysterious, a little understood magical phenomenon. They have devastating effects on their victims, but the source of their power is virtually unknown. Ooh. Ooh. Perhaps it would be well to keep an eye open for any other curses we might encounter. This research has increased our understanding of divine magic. We've acquired deeper understanding of the nature of curses. Troublemakers. What is this? 12 days to resolve a problem. Fucking problems. All the time, eh? Unknown troublemakers are spurring the people to rebel against their ruler. Grumblings of popular discontent can be heard in the capital. Advisors should either answer to the rebel-rousers or nip their rebellion in the bud. We're gonna take Octavia. Solve it peacefully. Right, didn't we have something else that Amiri? Like Amiri should do this, right? 80% success chance. Troll sightings. Gonna take 28 days and we need to solve it in 14 days. Oh. Polgituna type says, seems like inspiring to go for Finitism? Finitism? Do not like it. What is that? The philosophy of mathematics that accepts the existence of only finite mathematical objects. It is best understood in comparison to the mainstream philosophy of mathematics, where infinite mathematical objects, infinite sets, are accepted as legitimate. I mean, I feel like both ideas seems like it could be useful, right? You can build maths with an axiom of finitism. Yeah, finitism. There we go. Right? I'm assuming that not every single mathematical model that is being built uses infinite stuff. So I feel like the infinite set is not always required. Alright, the main idea of finitistic mathematics is not accepting the existence of infinite objects such as infinite sets. While all natural numbers are accepted as existing, the set of all natural numbers is not considered to exist as a mathematical object. Therefore, quantification over infinite domains is not considered meaningful. The mathematical theory often associated with finitism is Thorolf Golem's primitive recursive arithmetic. I feel like I'm not good enough in math to understand what the point of this is. Like, sure, if you don't want to count with infinite sets, then just don't. Don't. That's fine. Polgitino Tab says if people want to do that, that's fine, and there is a time and place for finitism. Yeah, exactly. I do not have a problem with finitism itself, but rather the obnoxious finitism who attack people doing finite mathematics. Yeah, that's stupid. What the fuck? It's like it's fine doing finitistic mathematics. It's fine to use infinite sets as well. Oh, maybe that was it, right? An attack on the infinite. Interesting, though, the text talked about that self-awareness. Was it self-awareness? Whatever they called it, right? That was an attack of the infinite. we are infinite inwards as well, aren't we? We have the capability of infinite amounts of experience to happen in the mind. Infinite possibility, not infinite actualization. Alright, troll sightings. Let's go fight the fucking trolls. I thought I was gonna fight the trolls, but I guess not. And you get to do this. Start event. Deal with the troublemakers. Oh, wait, what is this? We can research into the nature. Oh, fuck. Is that what we're gonna do? Harim? The Bald Hilltop? It's gonna be 60 fucking days, but I don't have enough funds anyways. We're gonna do that in a couple of weeks, I suppose. Because we don't have funds, we can't even build stuff. I do want to build something here, don't I? Something. Something that gives economy. Here. Yeah. Fuck, now I need to wait even longer to look into curses. Damn it. Are my buildings looking? Have we finished all of these, or are they... Yeah, I think we've finished all the buildings. Volgatunum says not really, since it is a finite mind. Wait, how do you mean? Finite mind? I don't know if I agree. Like, how do you support that statement? I mean, it has borders or whatever, but so does other infinite sets, right? Or my mind will never experience how it is to be an ant. Probably, because I'm stuck within my own rule set, but every infinite set has a rule set. Volgatunotep says finite amount of matter due to the Planck length. It has finite amounts of configuration. Right. And I feel like you're making the same mistakes like so many other people have been doing this last situation, that you make this statement. And that's false. That's a false statement. Mind is not equal to the brain. This is true. Mind is not... That's why I was talking about that dualistic thing. The mind is not a physical experience. That's the hard problem of consciousness. The mind is immaterial in its essence. Yeah. A lot of people make the assumption and has the belief that we do have a causal relationship between mind and brain, and I don't actually agree. I think that is... Yeah, I don't fully agree. However, I would probably make a similar guess about the physicality. That the mind is derived from the physicality. I suppose, but But that's an assumption that it's more of a guess. Do you think the mind exists independent of physical matter? No. Right, what about a Turing machine? A Turing machine, what can you program in a Turing machine? Is that an infinite amount of things you can program a Turing machine to do? Like if we're comparing software to hardware, that hardware is dependent on software is dependent on hardware, however, you can replace one software with another software. I don't know. There is this idea that I've seen the idea of mind as being primary, physical thing being secondary. I believe, yeah, in a physical understanding of the world. However, I do not know, and I do not necessarily agree that physical matter is finite in this context. I don't know. However, Turing machines are a theoretical construct. You can program all of those in real life. I mean, consciousness is a theoretical construct. Also, to bring it back to what I said before, I said infinite possibility. Turing machine has infinite possibility as well. A computer could do an infinite amount of things that a computer could do in theory. Maybe? Hello, Tom Lucas says, what is shield mode and why is it on? And good morning. Good morning. Let's see, how are you doing today? I think shield mode is always on. There are a few levels to shield mode, if I remember correctly, and shield mode is just like... I think I put it on the lowest level, because the lowest level doesn't ban. Everybody who's not a mod, if they try to use words that are disallowed, that can get you banned on Twitch, those are filtered out, if I remember correctly. That was a long time ago. Well, Gitanotype says, sure, if you ignore physics. And that's what I'm talking about. You were making the mistake. The question is about the mind, not about the brain. They are not the same. The question was about the mind and the experience of the mind. Yeah, there we go. You're bringing physics into it all the time. Biology, the brain, and all this stuff. It's just, no. The mind. From the experience, right? It was about self-awareness. And from the experience of the mind, there are an infinite possibility. Yeah, from the mind. Bringing physics into it is just, yeah. Yeah, I ignore physics, just like you ignored... What? What did you ignore? You ignored... You ignored chemistry, or you ignored... What other sciences do we have? Like how bees work. And that was kind of my point that, yeah, don't fucking bring physics into it. The mind is not a physical thing. And yeah, that was not what the question was about, I feel. Well, Gitanotype says, sure, if you ignore physics, in theory there are infinite computer programs you could do with a computer, yeah. And the mind is not a physical experience. So yeah, I say that from that point of view, that the mind is independent of physical matter. Yeah, you brought in the ontological question. There we go. You used the word exist and kind of tricked me into a line of thinking where I kind of didn't want to go by saying this, right? We're not talking about the mind's existence because that's a different question. We're talking about the experience of the mind. The mind as an experience is not a physical experience. So yeah, the mind is independent of physical matter. Don't have to talk about ontology, because ontology as well, we can define the mind and understand the mind, its existence without physical matter as well. Its definition and our understanding of it is not dependent on physical matter. True. That's cogito ergo sum, right? Okay, says, well, usually it's not on as far as I know. First time I see it here. Oh, well, turn it off then, Tomaluka. I think you can. Oh. Oh, it is again. Colin says, why is shield mode enable? Did something happen? Oh, no, then turn it off then. Like, I didn't know. I thought it was usually on the lowest level or whatever. But you can turn it off if you want to. Seems like something happened with Twitch. I didn't do anything. So, yeah, you can... If you can turn it off, otherwise I'll turn it off later. Olgitino Tab says, I do not believe the mind exists independent of physical matter. Yeah, I don't believe that either, Colgitino Tab. But that wasn't the question. Right? The statement was that the mind has infinite amounts of possible experiences. Oh, right. A comparison we can do is like... let's say, yeah, like quantum mechanics and Newtonian mechanics have not been connected yet, right? So making a quantum mechanical statement about Newtonian physics doesn't make any sense, Colgate on tap. It's like saying that a neutron works from Newtonian physics also doesn't make any sense, because those two sciences has not yet been connected, right? They don't really work together, right? So it's a mistake, an assumption, and assumptions are usually wrong, right? And you're doing the same thing by saying that, like, the physics of biology or neurobiology and the science of the mind, or the understanding of the mind, has not yet been connected. And by you doing that, that's you believing in magic, kind of. I mean, my assumption and my guess is that the universe is completely physical, and physical interactions give rise to the mind. But I don't know that. Neither do you. And until we do, making physical statements about the mind, right? Bringing back to this. There we go. This statement, well, true and false is not really gonna work in this situation because of the binary, right? Yeah. Actually, both of these statements will run into an error. Yeah, both of these statements, mind equal brain or mind is not equal to brain, the answer is... Yeah, that's the answer, right? We don't have an answer. So if we just talk about the mind and the experience of the mind, it is seemingly infinite. Or it seemingly has infinite possibilities. Right? When you look inwards, I can't see an end to the experience of the mind. Like when I try to figure out... Because if we look at mathematics and the outside world from within the mind, and we look at the universe and we believe that the universe is infinite or whatever, then I could imagine my mind. Yeah, I can make an imagination of my mind having experiences on every single thought in the universe. And how they differ from each other, right? And that's just an imagination thing. So, yeah. But my ontological sensibilities, by the nature of how mind is built up, yeah, definitely believe whatever is the thing that we call physical matter, which is interesting because if you take quantum mechanics kind of says that physical matter does not exist, right? Colgate on tap, right? And that's kind of, yeah, that's the example I wanted to bring up. Yeah, quantum mechanics says that physical matter doesn't exist. Therefore, you saying that physical matter, the mind is dependent on physical matter, right? It cannot be dependent on physical matter because physical matter doesn't exist. You see, like, by jumping between different tiers of understanding, how it just kind of blows up and doesn't make sense to talk about it. Like, talking about the mind as a physical thing doesn't really make sense, just like talking about matter in quantum mechanics doesn't make sense. However, in Newtonian physics, talking about physical matter makes a lot of sense. In chemistry, it makes a lot of sense. Just like, from our experience, the thing that we do, I'm assuming you're not a philosophical zombie, but I can tell you that I'm not a philosophical zombie, and my experience of the mind is potentially infinite. Yeah, I feel a lot of people have done that. We can't afford anything else, so what do we do? I like this. This is like, we can get a free faith boost if we want to. I don't know if I want to though. Do not know if I want to. Well, Tab says, so do you suppose when you die your mind keeps experiencing stuff? Right, you're talking about ontology again. No, I don't think so. Regardless of what happened to physical matter around it. No, I think when you die you're dead. But that's a different question, Colgate on tap. You're back in the ontology question, right? Which I was not talking about the ontology of mind. You're talking about ontology of mind. When I say that the potential, the mind has infinite potential experience, I'm not talking about the ontology of the mind. Yeah. Distance becoming and reality. Like, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about my experience of the mind. And just like an infinite set of numbers have rules, right? If we take the infinite set of natural numbers and we consider that an infinite set, well then, yeah, this here is not part of that set. So it is infinite, but it still has rules to it. And when I said that the last time, I was kind of thinking that time is probably one of those rule sets. Maybe it's not infinite when you bring in time to the equation at all. Maybe it's just infinite. Yeah, without time. I would probably bring away time from that. That you have infinite possibility of experience in the now, because the mind does not exist in the past. It does not exist in the future. It just exists in the thing that I call now, which means that when you bring out death, you're outside of the mind. I mean, the mind can project into the future from the now, and I can project my mind in the future, like 300 years in the future. I can project my mind 300 years to the past, but it's not actually moving in time. But I can think about and experience stuff about the past and the future. But yeah, I think one of the constraints of the mind is that it only exists in the now. Kamalika says, I'm trying to figure out, ew, but I'm just too dumb, as I want to ditch the way bar. Too bad. Is you the way to do that? Oh, I think it is, probably. We were talking about that as well. I kind of want to ditch the... I mean, I don't have... Wait, is this way bar? I don't even know what bar I have, but yeah, I do want to ditch that as well and just set up my own stuff. You would be the way to do that, right? You'd like, if I just want to press a button and it's kind of just here in the middle of the screen, or, well, maybe I want to put a clock that pops up here. Maybe I want a, just this thing show up down here or whatever. Like, just have a couple of things showing up all on different areas of the screen, right? Instead of just utilizing this tiny bar up here, we have the whole real estate of the entire screen where I can put things wherever I want to. Is that you? Someone says you is amazing, but it is so hard. I want to basically overlay that pops in what I want and when I want. Yeah, exactly. That's what I want. An overlay that pops in. I just press the button and boop, show all the stuff that I want to show. Like maybe show a B-top thing, a tiny B-top centered thing here, just to check that. So, like, there's so many things you could pop up all over the place, right? Yeah, conky style, exactly. I can drop off a few things here. We can teleport stuff. That is very kind. I actually learned that we can teleport one thing and another thing. Don't need this. That. Crowbar. Rare roots. That's fine. Someone says, but for that to work, I'll actually have to know what I'm doing, so I'm years away. Wait. Is you so difficult that you're years away from it? Oh, that sucks. Maybe I should start learning you then. Ew. Oh, actually, if I go in here, I can go to you because, and I can check your... No, that's not spellbook. The class, right? Oh, that's abilities. What was it? Channel... Yeah, channel negative energy. There we go. Heal damage instead of take damage from channel negative energy. But, oh, can you channel? I don't think you can channel. Doesn't look like it. Weird. Someone says, well, smart people can learn it in minutes. Oh, wow. Someone says Baba Booey? I don't know what that means. Smart people can learn it in minutes. Oh, man. Shit, if you are years away, that means that I'm decades away then. Fuck, so I'll never be able to do that. Look at that. Seems like there are no channel, which is weird. Could bring her on a fight to get more clarity in that. Right, if we look at you, where do we have that channel? Right there we have channel positive energy. We check your stuff, we have death domain. No judgment, no stern gaze, no channeling. Maybe you have channel? Doesn't look like it. I'm like, is this? Nah, you're smarter than I. Well, I'm assuming here smarter is an aptitude for computers and an aptitude for dealing with software and doing that type of stuff. I'm assuming was my understanding of smarter in this context. And I'm pretty sure, right? You're fucking working with software and shit, right? I have a small aptitude, I don't have great aptitude for it. And I didn't start learning computers until in my 30s, like, properly. So, yeah. You're smarter in regards to coding. And you requires coding. Oh, I just feel like... Oh, I have a little bit more experience in actual coding. I see. Well, that checks out. I mean, I have a little bit of experience in coding. Not a lot, but... maybe I'll start doing that. Coleman says, I recently did some Devirich shenanigans with the newest update, and it is interesting. That is what I will say. Not good or bad, just interesting. Oh. No spoilers, then. Is it still janky and broken as fuck, Coleman, or does it start balancing out and actually function now? Coleman says, since everything is randomized from what you have a lot of room for weapons / warframes that are weak and or that you didn't like or build properly. Oh, fuck me. It's randomized from what you have? I have everything. No. That is bullshit. That is fucking bullshit, Coleman. That kind of implies that, oh, I want to start selling off weapons for credits. I've done so much grinding to get the plats just to get weapon slots to have all the weapons, right? Yeah, better have a build for everything or start selling. That's fucking bullshit, man. That is bullshit. I wish we could select. Like, make a selection. Because that's not gonna work for me. Like, most of my things does not have builds. Proper builds. Like, I haven't put potatoes in all my weapons. Oh. Gross, man. That's gross. I hate it. You call it interesting? I fucking hate it. I don't want to sell all my stuff. You know what? It's fine. Whatever. As long as I've gotten my mastery points from it, whatever. Common says, and in regular it's fine, but for the newest incarnation... Incarnon weapons, you have to do it on Steel Path. Sweet. I like the Steel Path. Oh, that makes me happy because I didn't play enough Steel Path. I felt there was not enough motivation to bring you on the Steel Path. Steel Path with the Stug? Yeah? Well, You're gonna cheat, right, Coleman? You're gonna bring the Stug and a melee weapon. That cheating? I don't even know, right? You're not actually gonna shoot stuff with the Stug. That's just not gonna happen. Oops. Narona says, I was gonna install i3 real quick, but my X server doesn't start anymore unless KDE is involved. Oh wow. That sounds frustrating, Node Oh man. You were complaining about KDE before that it was just kinda nasty, and now it's even more nasty, is that it? Eesh. Roman says, but also since you asked about it, the newest update is still a bit jank, but also less jank than the first hour. Glad to hear it. Still jank. Oh. I don't think there's gonna be, like, a room for Warframe before Diablo 3, and when I play Diablo 3, I'm not gonna feel like playing Warframe after that, so I'll probably not get into Warframe in, like, 2 months. Maybe a little bit more. I feel like I'm missing the hype, if you will. I think we just go out and explore. I think that's what's going on right now. We're just gonna go out and explore. Do the quests, right? We're gonna look for trolls in the Gnarl Marshes. Can't afford to build that thing, the laboratory. Can't afford that yet. The curse costs 100.
Let's head out.
Yeah, so we do want to explore the Gnarl Marshes, I think. Nodron says the KDE Display Manager doesn't show i3 as an option, just KDE X11 or Wayland, and the X11 KDE starts, but if I try to run i3 or even try to switch to the GDM Display Manager, it's not starting. Time to find some config files and move them! Move them the fuck away! Wait, how the fuck does that happen in NixOS? I kind of feel like it shouldn't be a thing that happens. Maybe Display Manager, that's the problem. Ever since I had a Display Manager break something, I'm like, no, I'm never using Display Managers again. They're fucking stupid. I don't need those. I can just... When I start my computer, I can just... type in sway, press enter. That's fine. I am actually logging in again, but I could set up an automatic login as well. Everyone says SX, start X, X in it. None of them work. Holy shit. Ah. KDE has messed around with xorg.conf is missing. Weird. So weird. Coleman says, I think it's for the best, honestly, waiting a couple of months. Oh. It seems like it's more of a solo journey, right? I remember when we first started fighting the Eidolons in Warframe. And if someone who goes in today and start... Well, you can go in and fight them solo, I suppose, or just... we had a lot of fun figuring out the Eidolons when they first released, right? Nowadays, if you want to start fighting Eidolons with a team, they're just gonna piss all over you if you try to figure it out. No, you need to read a guide or whatever. I feel like Deviri was a little bit more focused on solo stuff that you could do solo. Someone says that I use greet D for everything. Don't even know what that is. And SDDM is broken to no end anyways. Donor says I could have sworn it was working before. So, yeah, i3 worked. Then you did a bunch of KDE stuff. And now it doesn't. That doesn't sound very reproducible at all, right? Or maybe it's i3 that has been broken. Maybe the problem is not KDE. I don't even know. Someone says that Gritty is a greeter, like a login manager, but it's actually just a mask to log you in and start your environment for you. Oh, it just automatically logs you in? I mean, that's what I could do. I've been lazy because it's not that much work. But I've been meaning someday to set up an automatic login. Yeah, I don't even like starting my environment. I think I prefer just typing out Sway. I prefer to be started into the TTY. Someone says, yeah, you just wanted a 2E style greeter. Oh, right. Does I use 2E greet? Oh, you can make like a start message. You can log in automatically and just write yourself a start message. Welcome, or whatever. 2E greet is a mask for greet D. Greet D is just a daemon. Why the fuck does it have to be a daemon? Well, it is like a login mask, like normal login mask in GDM or STDM. Yeah, I haven't played around with that, a lot of stuff. Well, it has to start before the user logs in, does daemon... Oh, right. Good point. Good point. Right. Because you need daemon to actually log you in. I see, I see. I think maybe I'm fine the way I have it already. You know what? Need to split. Grab one. Drop that off. We don't need to carry that thing. We don't need to carry that thing or this thing. Gonna drop that off. Gonna drop this off. Shit, I do need more potions. Dangerous to run around without potions, I think. I wonder if I should drop all of these potions off as well. And he's not a ranged character. That is... I think, yeah, her or Amiri, they kind of go hand in hand. I don't know how I feel about putting Valerie instead of... You know what, let's bring her in. For now, it's fine. Super low usage. And not like SDDM/GDM using 200 megabyte of RAM whenever they are... whatever they use these days. Wow, yeah, look at that. I mean, you could also do like a login prompter, right? You can enable it, set it up as a daemon, and automatically just disable the daemon as soon as you've logged in, right? That's what you do with daemons, right? Disable, whatever. You don't need it anymore. Disable the demon. Yes, exactly. The daemon. Right. These are the Gnarl Marshes. We have a Candlemere Tower here. We got a lake. We got some verdant chambers. Meet the nymph. Oh, right. We're not going to meet the nymph until we have a path over there. Yeah, we're going to take a path over there so that we can go on later. Do I go up here or do we go down here? I think we go down here. Explore the Gnarl Marshes. What do we have here? A ford across the Skunk River. Do you want to enter this location? I really do, yes. Do it. Someone says that's called an exorcism. Right, yes, an exorcism. That's what I was talking about. That's what I want. Someone says, well, if you disable it, add login and log out or whatever, then your system goes into nowhere. And I just like it pretty. What do you mean nowhere? If you log out, it will give you a login prompt, won't it? That's what I get when I start my computer, just a login prompt in the terminal. And I don't mind that if I log out for whatever reason.
Clear.
If you kill the daemon, it goes into the normal login prompt. Yeah. Alright, nice. And usually, I don't log out. Yeah, when I log in, I don't log out. I just... When I don't use my computer anymore, I turn the computer off. Oh shit. Actually...
Tread lightly.
do some precasting here.
Our duty calls.
You need bark skin.
And Lindsay was called forth.
You need bark skin.
The road awaits. Enemy near.
And you are fighting defensively. That's what we like to see. Actually be right there. Something like that. But I like the pretty login mask. I don't care about the login mask. I principally log out every time when I go on a break or whatever. Not just lock screen. Oh. As I'll have to type the password anyways to unlock the screen, but logging out is more secure. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Then it makes a lot of sense. If you have to look at that every time you come back to the computer, it makes sense that you want a good-looking picture or whatever. And why do I have to lock the screen, log out? Due to work. Yeah, exactly. The rules. The rules. It says, especially in the office, I have data on my screen that's not for everybody. Yeah, I don't have any of that stuff that needs to be fixed. Look at that. We actually don't... Wait, do I get to see the wolf? I do not. Bothers me. It bothers me. Alright, let's ask. Is there a way to see enemy stats in combat? Kingmaker. If the eye icon active, you can mouse over enemies in combat to see their stats. The eye icon? Oh. Oh. That's what I've been looking for. Why is that even disabled at all? Look at that. 17 hit points. You know what? and stop singing. This is not gonna take 2 turns even. Lucases, and I just keep this practice even on my private machine. Yeah, that makes sense. Lucas says that my right shoulder hurts so bad I can barely sit. Doesn't sound fun at all.
Your life ebbs low.
A solid plan.
Loot! Flipped funny on it or so? Oh, that sucks. Luckily, I don't usually get that in my shoulder. I get that in my neck sometimes. I can't move my neck. That's super frustrating. Mushrooms. Oh, you had to do a little thing for that, eh? You know what? We are gonna change the formation a little bit by doing a little bit. A little bit like that.
Let us be careful.
I'm looking at this, yeah, getting older sucks. Oh, that it does. Well, pros and cons, right? Pros and cons.
I'll go ahead.
I wonder if the pros ever stop happening.
The path is clear.
What for Gorum?
Help the beleaguered travelers. Oh, I see. Maybe that's our economist. $15 hit points? Yeah, you can just fucking go over there and go nuts. I don't think we do need to do anything special. Actually, you can... actually move over here.
You forced my hand.
We're outside of range of the singing. Oh. Cutscene. Tartuk. There we go. Tartuccio, eh? Named themselves Tartuk now. Someone says 15 years ago I would have been fine sleeping in a bathtub, but now it hurts if I sleep in the wrong way in my comfy bed. Yeah, that's how it is. Someone says I'm glad I don't live in Hamburg. My wife would never let me go into the office there. Wait, why? Do you have to sleep in bathtubs in the office in Hamburg? So you would just have to quit your job? So the gnome invites some of his friends. Stupid, slow, sluggish gnome. Gnome! Stupid! There's a purple kobold on the river bank that looks just like your old acquaintance, Tartuccio. Oh, it's not actually. That's why it was looking like a kobold still, because it wasn't Tartusio. They got revived as something else. Kobolds want this cart. Kobolds shall have it. The horse skull hides most of the kobold's face, but you see his eyes glinting through the empty socket staring at you. By orders of myself, the glorious King Tartuk. Pounds his chest. Alter ego of the gnome Tartusia. Until recently you thought you killed him, yeah? Tartuk, king! You be lost, says. The head of the gnome expedition wipes his brow and glares at the kobold. Bastards was the one taking our ears off while the rest of them were trying to steal our cart. King Tartuk. Gnome looks at you and winks. What do you say say to a bit of regicide? Oh yeah, let's do some regicide. Regicide. Seems great. Tomolukis says a co-worker of mine who lives there, and she's so hot. When my wife saw her profile picture on my work computer, as I had to deal with her for a specific issue, she got instantly worried why I'm chatting with her. Oh wow, that is a hot co-worker. It was more of a joke than that she wouldn't let you go to the office. I get it. I recognize you. What's this new disguise and why are you not dead? How dare you speak like that to the king? Kobolds, attack! Right.
To the dust.
Alright. Mary, you get to go over here. So would you, Herm? You get to go over here. You get to... Actually... Yeah, something like that. And you guys get to go over here. I don't think you have to do anything, right? They still only have 18 hit points. Yeah, this looks like it's gonna be a pretty easy fight. Mary, however, is gonna start doing the AoE thing.
They go down! What a waste.
You deserved it.
Something like that. Lucas says, yeah, well, I actually showed her, though, that she's living in Germany and not in Ireland, just to cover my ass. Oh, man. Seems like you have communications issues. Loyalty issues. I don't even know. We're going here. This is fine. Well, because it's... No, but you never know. That is true, though. You actually do never know. I can actually do aspect of the Falcon here. Why are you so slow, Lindsay?
Any last wishes?
Actually, no. Lindsay is so fucking slow. Oh, wow. Wait, what happened here?
Forwards. Bring it!
Become as dust. So
He's a kick. you soon enough. This is not over, and Tartusio is gone again. I'm actually happy that Tartusio showed up sooner rather than later. We're gonna have a conversation.
I'll try to make this swift.
This is for you.
Oh, I see. We don't need short swords. Or bows. Philosophy says, but I avoid talking to that specific coworker because as soon as he heard that I'm married, she kinda turned on the flirt mode, and I did not like that. Really? Yeah. I could see why one would not want to talk to. Someone doing that? Oh. Shit, I should have saved. Tomlixus says, but the issue is that it wasn't so bad that I could say anything without being even more awkward. I mean, he's kind of an asshole then, right? Yeah. So, you know what? Fuck that person, right? Like, well, not like in, but like, ignore. That's what I meant. Alright, while gnomes were busy fighting the kobolds, furiously cursing and diligently pushing their unwelcome guests right to their dragonish snouts, the cart was all but forgotten. The unwitting cause the fight, it was being dragged away by the scared ponies when it slid down the ford, sinking all the way up to the coachman's seat in the river. This was where the Skunk River flows into the Tusk Water, and the current becomes excessively spiteful, cold, stubborn, and turbulent. Having taken hold of the gnome's cart, the Skunk River must have decided to drag it down amid all the commotion, but it was caught in the act. The surviving gnomes, led by the head of the gnome expedition, an extremely loud and crabby fellow, but not without some managerial talent, were able to catch the cart before it floated away. Faces red and grunting from the strain, they struggled to keep it from drowning entirely. Just then, a package fell into the water. With a heart-breaking splash, it vanished beneath the current, only to resurface 10 meters down the river. No, the head of the gnome expedition moaned. Oh, no, as he glowered at the package. That was Alchemy and Life, the latest issue. After plunging into the cold river, the ponies immediately lost their nerve. Swiveling their ears and twitching, they tried to chew down the reins and throw off the load. Why are you standing around? Go on, help them! The head of the gnome expedition was visibly dissatisfied as he shouted. Oh, is it a crowbar? Oh man, I'm so happy I brought a crowbar. I think this is where we're gonna use the crowbar. Someone says, I was in a stream yesterday and the streamer, a female, said in school she once got into trouble because she was fucking around with that guy. As in being foolish, not the other kind. Well, my first thought was, well, duh, no wonder he got into trouble. Well, I feel like fucking around, you can, as in being foolish, that makes sense that you get in trouble. You know, like the other kind? It depends where. I feel like... As long as you don't do it in the cafeteria or whatever. Or in a classroom. I mean, if you go, you go somewhere, well, I mean, in a classroom, you could lock the door, and as long as there are no windows in, or people are gonna show up for class with the key or whatever, I wouldn't do it in a classroom still. I mean, there are bathrooms, I suppose. What else is there? Yeah, there's a bunch of places you can go and lock the door behind you that doesn't have windows in many clues schools, I imagine. As long as no one shows up with a key, you're golden. I remember, yeah, we had a sauna once. We went to the sauna in our school. That was a little bit scary, but luckily no one showed up. And no one showed up. Someone says, well, honestly, in a school, I have more of an issue with it actually, as there are usually also kids around. Otherwise go wild. You're a player, huh? No, no, no. Yeah, no. I had a significant other. Huh. Oh, but that was like, must have been like 18, 19 years old at that point. Adventurous, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, if you're in a locked door, right? If you're in, let's say you're in a bathroom or whatever, there aren't any kids in the bathroom. But yeah, I definitely was not a player. Player is a person who sleeps with a lot of people, right? I've had 3 sexual partners. No, 2. 1.5. One doesn't count as a partner, no. That was just an experience. A sexual experience. That wasn't a sexual partner. Not proper sex either, so 2. Yeah. I've only had 2 sexual partners. Someone says, the day I quit school and was 18, I gave it a shot with my hot French teacher. Yeah, look, bathroom, have fun. You gave it a shot? How did it go? Oh, you gave it a shot in the bathroom? The teacher, eh? I think I had a few teachers who would have... one pops up to mind, maybe 2. Pops into my mind that maybe would be open for it. Open to it. I mean, ended up in an affair which lasted 2 years. Well, there you go. Did she speak French to you? Oh man. That's something, isn't it? Good times. Did you paint her? I don't remember the exact quote, but it's like, paint me like one of those French ladies or whatever. Alright, we can either set a crowbar, we can choose a character, jump onto the cart and untie the ponies still standing in the water. Or we tied the... Oh, we can use a rope or a crowbar. Gathering our strength, we began pulling. Left the cart alone for a moment, hoping to find something helpful nearby. Oh, interesting. I think crowbar is quicker, right? Let's use the crowbar. While the gnomes were furiously busy fighting the kobolds... Wait. Ah. Oh, here we go. Set under the wheel, a crowbar wedged into position against the stones on the riverbed, making the process of pulling the cart out of the river easier. And we used a rope as well. 1, 2, 3, and the rope was securely tied to the cart, making it easier to pull out. A good lesson for every adventurer. Never leave home without a rope. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I need to get another rope, because I just lost my rope and my crowbar. Did I lose the crowbar? Probably did. Alright. Choose a character. One of us tried to jump into the cart, untie the ponies still standing in the water. Choose a character. Did someone do that? Who would be good at doing that? Strength or Dex? That would be Dex, right? Sure. Someone tries to do that. Oh, mobility or nature lore? Oh, lore nature? That's a nature check to care for the animals, I suppose. Wait, are you our best hunter? That's interesting. No, I did it. Great mobility, not very good nature, but... Sure. You're probably going for a total, right? Or are there 2 rolls? Right, nimbly climb to the roof. Yep. Wore the ponies hitched up at a riverbank. We failed a nature check. The ponies twitched and neighed nervously, making the process of freeing them from the cart even more difficult. Once the job was done, they sensed they were finally free, ran off into the nearby forest. Oh, shit. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Right, now we pull it out. If you're certain you're ready, then let's go, but be careful. Imagine the cart's full of gold or ale or some other thing you can bear to lose. Alright. We tried to pull the car out. Oh, bunch of rolls here. Someone says, but she was a crazy nutbag, and I tried to get out of that relationship for about a year before I was finally able to end it. Wait, you had an affair? And you tried to get out of the affair for a year? And I mean... Yeah, I'm not surprised. Teacher having an affair with a... well, former student, but nonetheless a student, former student. That takes kind of a nutbag, doesn't it, Tomiluko? A little bit. Someone looks and says, but then again, what do you expect from someone who's 33 who dates an 18-year-old? That's already a bit odd. Yes. Yes. Especially when it's 33-year-old who's dating a student. That brings to mind. Yeah. What's that word? Oh, it's not pedophile. It's another... There's another word. Not a pedophile, but yeah, there's another word. Lucas says, especially if that 33-year-old was your former teacher. Exactly, yeah. That's all kind of... Oh man, I was not imagining a 33-year-old teacher. I was imagining... like... What is that? 20... 23, 25? Someone new teacher, right? But no. Someone says I was just a horny teenager hunting that ass. Ah. You can see that happening. Yeah, oof. 33? Oof. Life lessons. That's a good one, yeah, life lessons. Life lessons indeed. That's one good thing about being old. I never had to learn that, like, immediately when I saw this story. Yeah, she was crazy. She was probably pretty crazy. We were talking about benefits, pros and cons of getting old. You could spot crazy from my age, but an 18-year-old, right? A horny teenager, they don't know shit about shit. Oh no, guess who's calling? Speaking of the trolls, eh? Good luck, have fun. Right, the cart creaked and cracked, sounding as though it were sobbing. The board strained against the combined stress of the rushing water pull against everyone trying to pull the cart ashore. Unfortunately for the cart, both sides were of equal strength. Something had to be done or the poor cart would be torn to pieces. Oh, what the fuck? We did the thing. Olgituno tab says Ebophilia. Is that the one? We've talked about it before. Oh, shit. Question mark. Yeah, mid to late adolescence. Generally ages 15 to 19. Yeah. That's exactly the one I was thinking of called Gitino Tap. I suppose, right? If you suffer from this, some people who suffer from this would probably, like, if it's strong enough, they would become teachers, right? It is interesting as well. That's kind of an example of how society is, like, when you find general sexism in society, where society frown upon it way more if it's a man looking for a female than a female looking for a man, because, well, the female looking for the boy. Because the boy was just a teenager hunting that ass, so therefore we don't care about protecting the male teenagers from this. Tomolika says, I didn't pick up. I have less of an issue with ephobophilia than with other kinds of sexual urgency. Yeah, I mean, pedophilia is way worse, right? This one is not, like, it happens, it's not the end of the world, right? It's like you said, Tomaluko, it's a life lesson, but still, it's not. I would frown upon it. There we go. I would frown upon it. Like, I would probably not send someone to prison or, like, have some sort of punishment. Well, man, should they be fired from being a teacher? That's a good question. Would I fire an ephobophilic person from being a teacher for kids ages 15 to 19? I might fire them. You can't have this job anymore. It's kind of fucked up that you got this job, and I can't trust you to be a good teacher if you derive some sort of horniness from teaching these children. Yeah. Lucas says, typically you can still stay within a legal range. I usually don't, for me, usually what is legal or illegal usually don't guide my ethical considerations. Because I feel like the laws are there because of ethics. Ethics are not created by laws. It definitely should not be that way. Like, the legal range should be derived from the ethical consideration, yeah. Pochettino types as infantophilia, especially quite messed up. That is fucked up, yeah. Oof. Gross. Fucking gross. Necrophilia is fucking gross as well. Someone says, of course, I don't think it's a promotable way of living life. They should not be a teacher, right? They really shouldn't be a teacher. So they would, yeah, I would fire them. Someone says a few years later she actually lost her right to be a teacher, not because of me. Yeah. I mean, you could have. Someone else probably did, Tomiluko. Someone else probably did. Tomiluko says, and yes, someone who's using their power status to gauge who's your next victim is super messed up. And I feel I think that's why this is not as big of a problem, because the word victim becomes less and less. I mean, sure, victim, but there is a difference. There's a difference. Like, there's even a difference between a 15-year-old and a 19-year-old, right? The 15-year-old is way more of a victim than a 19-year-old. But at the end of the day, right, they probably start, like, if you're a teacher 15 to 19, you might start grooming, like, if you have kids all these age, you start grooming here until you reach the legal age or whatever, right? Which is all kinds of fucked up. Someone says, I mean, instead of dating girls my age range at age of 18, I had to deal with a deranged 33-year-old. Then I couldn't get out, yeah. That is rough. That is rough. That is... I'm sorry that happened to you, Tomiluko. Could have been worse, could have been way better. I mean, but you did... I think there are a lot of people that also didn't date people their own age range at 18. Like, I didn't really have a dating life. Like, I got a significant other, and we were together for what, like... I think we got together when we were 18. Probably, around 18. And stayed together for like 8 years or something. But other than that, I didn't actually go on dates or whatnot. We were more like flirting in school and whatnot. Then start... Well, I guess we dated, but... But yeah, fucking deranged 33-year-old. Weird. Well, Gitin Tap says, I would not give bad eye even if I found out about a Finn who has not tended to their hop gardens. Yeah, exactly. We're talking about laws here, right? Individual ethical views do not always align with laws. Exactly. And they will not, right? They will not. Yeah, I would be fine with people not tending their hop gardens. It's fine. As long as not too many, so we start starving and whatnot. Look at this, but I've been messed up all my life anyways. Some who have more degrees messed up stuff happens than others, I suppose. Look at this, I grew up in a religious cult. I've been molested from age 7 to 9. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. That's fucking awful. Struggled my whole teenage years as due to that religious... Wait. struggled my whole teenage years as due to that religious cult, I have been denied any kind of professional help. Yeah, so what happened when I was 18 is nothing. Actually, that's, it's not, like, people who get molested in their childhood years, it is pretty common, right? That you end up in weird sexual situations as you grew up. So this 33-year-old might even, I mean, if we're looking for a silver lining, maybe it helped a little bit with dealing with the trauma from your childhood. What the fuck do I know? One can hope, right? Like you said, life lesson. Even though fucked up. Colgitinotab says, having a law that aligns with citizens' ethical values is really hard to do in countries with more than one person. Yeah. Oh man, I like that, Colgitinotab. I completely agree with that statement. There is some wisdom in that. Man, actually, can we just... Oh shit, that's not... I forgot the thing. Nobody expects this kind of... That was a fitting quote as well. I was not expecting that to happen. Is it quote add or add quote? Oh, both works. Add quote, quote add. Both of them works. But still, yeah. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Our chief weapon is surprise, fear, and surprise. Oh, I mean, two chief weapons are fear, surprise, and ruthless efficiency. Among our chief weapons are fear, surprise, ruthless efficiency, and near fanatical devotion to the Pope. You know what? I'll come again. Good time. I mean, I could have it just do quote, and then if there is text after the quote, it adds the quote. But if there is no text after, then it just spits out a quote. Maybe, I don't even know. Commonly says, but in regards to all of that, I still consider myself lucky as I never had to worry about food or anything else in that regard. Yeah, could be worse, right? The two things don't have to be compared, but yeah. That's something that we've seen a lot of correlation with, right? People who express and feel gratitude have higher quality of life. So if you can foster gratitude in your life, that's fucking great. For the stuff that you are grateful for. And I guess it could have been worse. Could be considered a sort of gratitude. Alright, what do we have? Either intelligence, it seems there was little sense in wedging the lever beneath the wheel. It wasn't the... Oh, wait. Intelligence is the easiest roll, right? Because we need to hit an intelligence 13. Seems there's little sense to wedging the lever beneath the wheel. It wasn't the least bit stable, and all of our efforts on it were wasted. The Baroness trying to find a better use for it. Our strength. You know what? Yeah, let's find a better use for it. Failed intelligence check. Fuck. Do we just re-roll this entire thing? Colgitinotab says silly combo deck in Magic the Gathering was named after the Spanish Inquisition. It is named like that because it is not meta and wins out of nowhere, so people do not expect it. Expect to face it in tournaments, and they do not expect to lose out of nowhere. Sweet. I like that. I like that. Kamaluka says, and in regards to all of that, and if I compare myself to other people whom I grew up with, I have way less issues than other people, and even if they didn't get those encounters I had, 7, 9. Sometimes pattern recognition is helpful. Deal with stuff, I suppose. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But one should not compare yourself to others. That's because at the end of the day, right, what you feel then is superiority, right? When you compare yourself to those other people and you have less issues than them, that leads to feelings of superiority, right? It's more about being better than them than actually being grateful about it's not about you as much as about the comparison, right? More bolstering ego rather than a healthy mental state, I suppose. Lucas says, I mean, I still went to therapy. Yeah. Oh, man. Great if therapy actually worked, because therapy... I've heard like, I would recommend everybody to go to therapy, but I've heard some people go to therapy and it doesn't help. Which, if you don't work with your therapist, like if you don't have chemistry or whatever, it's gonna be awful. Lucas says, and I still go to therapy for certain issues. Ah. I kind of wish I could go, like, simple, have an easy route into therapy. I'm lazy and it's difficult to get therapy where I live. You have to sit in queues and whatnot, or you have to pay a bunch of money for it, and I'm not rich. So, I feel though that these last couple of years, I'm getting the hang of myself. Where, like, I can do work without requiring a therapist, even though a therapist could be useful. And I feel like Dr. K has been helpful for me. Healthy Gamer has been useful, definitely useful for me. Lucas says, no, I just consider myself lucky that I got out of that less harmed than them. Oof. Good on you, indeed. Good job, Tomiluka, as well. Give yourself some credit as well, a pat on the back. Sure, it was some luck, but it also took some skill, right? Tomiluka says, well, I went to therapy to learn how to get through life without having a controlling cult make every decision for you, indeed. As I didn't know shit about life when I got out of all that. And most therapists suck, especially here in Ireland. Too bad. Gitino Tab says people were memeing about the thing. And I need to do the automatic redirect. Yeah, I was thinking about this picture. Oh, right. Yeah. So they're showing it off, and someone responds with the "Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition." Yeah, that makes sense. Gitino Tab said that people were memeing about it when the popular magic content creator played against such Spanish Inquisition, and they were not familiar with the deck and asked Twitter what it was. Oh, talk about the stars aligning, Gitino Tab. That must have been so much fun. Yeah, that must have been so much fun. Oh, that's you just hope for that to happen, right? Tomluk says, I currently pay $300 per session to get a proper therapist and not just some person who did an 8-week course and got a certificate. Yeah. The thing, though, which sucks, is that you could get a proper therapist that has gone to uni and everything, right? And they might not work. And you might get odds are that chances are that you're going to get a better therapist when you get an actual one. While getting just someone with a certificate, could work even better, but yeah, the odds in your favor if you have more money for sure. And yes, that's what an actual psychiatrist charges here, as there are so few of them. $300 per session. That's oh, that's kind of what I pay in rent. Yeah, I can't afford that. Tomlik says, well, I tried normal therapists and I've been through about 10 before I finally decided to put in the money. Yeah, that's what I said. The roles, right? I'm super happy that I found, like, someone to talk at me, because, yeah, Dr. K has been super useful to me. I only have 2 sessions per month, though, says Tommy. Yeah, exactly. I also have to pay one for my wife. Yeah, I mean, that's just... Oh, man. Could really get for your children as well, right? Break the bank. Someone says, but she grew up in a mess situation too. I mean, you don't have to... You could do a normal therapist and just teach someone cock and ball torture, right? And those two are just put together now. I can't help myself. I mean, cognitive behavioral therapy. That's something everybody could go to that, right? And I'm assuming that you only need an 8 weeks course to get a certificate in cock and ball torture, because cock and ball torture is pretty straightforward, right? It doesn't take... More like going to school than psychotherapy, right? Someone says, yes, although I don't plan on going to the psychiatrist for years or so. My plan is to do that now for another 3 to 4 months, and then whenever needed to add some more sessions. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, so we failed this stuff. Do I... No, let's accept that failure. Yeah, let's accept the failure. We failed. It's fine. Yep, we failed. It's fine. Someone looks at this. Oh, and the $300 are after reimbursement for my insurance. Fuck. Well, Tab says, this was a pretty funny comment from the thread. Spanish Inquisition? I don't know why it's named this, but it's pretty fun. Why it's named this way, but it's... Wait. And why is it funny? If you don't get the joke or get the reference... You know what? You don't need to get a reference, right? You don't have to understand where the Spanish Inquisition comes from, right? If you just seen the meme enough, right? Because I think most people have a lot of people who live on the internet have seen or heard that nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. You don't have to get it to have fun with it, though. Because it's a reference to something. So you don't have to know why. Just... funny. Someone looks, it sounds like that was written by an American. Oh man. Racist stuff, eh? I don't even know. Tab says, I think it was funny because they claimed they did not know why it was named that way. Oh, they claimed to know. Oh. So the whole thing was a joke. I didn't get the joke at first, Tab. Talk about not finding it funny because it's... Someone looks at this. Oh, the sarcasm hidden inside of stupidity is actually genius. And totally over my head. Yeah. Stupid Belgians, I guess. Belgium. That is the curse word from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? Ford uses that as a curse word. Belgium. Maybe. Alright, let's talk to Jubilost. The gnome that stands before you wears dirty and ragged clothes. They used to look stylish and wealthy long ago, but those times are long gone. His black hair is matted, deep fresh scratches crosses his cheek. Despite of this rather pathetic look, the gnome behaves with inner dignity and even manages to maintain a superior manner.
Jubilost Nartropple, a humble servant to no one. Too bad your grace proved to not be capable enough to save my cart. Well, one shouldn't expect a fast reaction from a baroness herself. After all, it's common knowledge that titled persons usually hire a bunch of advisors to do all the thinking for them, so they must have some other bunch to jump in the rivers and save carts.
Yes, exactly.
By the way, it's a shame no one organized a greeting party when such a famous and popular person as myself arrived to your capital. I wasn't expecting a red carpet covered with rose petals, but you could at least have sent ahead some delegation. Oh, at least some of my servants are still alive. Do you know how much it costs to train a proper servant?
Dude, it's fantastic. Jubilost jabbers too fast, never stopping even to take a breath. You can see he's piled up some emotions and just need to get him out of his system.
Sounds like your servants are nothing but tools to you. Truly, with masters like that, being a servant is not much of an improvement over being a slave.
What's this then? Huh. Run along, little girl, the grown-ups are talking.
What a douche!
So, you're not only arrogant, but a boorish swine as well. Why am I not surprised at all?
Also, while I'm on that, I'd like to make an official announcement. The roads in your barony are in terrible condition. People must search for wading fords to cross the rivers because no one had bothered themselves with building bridges, and honest travelers have to take the risk of being attacked by kobolds at any moment.
Agree. Tab says maybe they did not actually know, but I made it headcanon that was sarcastic. Totally no idea why it's named like that. You know what? No, I'm with you, Tab. It just went over my head first. But I'm with you, yeah. That's my headcanon as well. This is pretty funny. Someone who says, I mean, it would make sense that it could be sarcasm, but the first vibe I got was to take it at face value. I mean, that's usually what I do. I always take stuff at face value. Well, not always, but often take stuff at face value, and that's why sometimes I miss out on jokes, but that's fine. Just part of life. Maybe that's why I'm such a big fan of people explaining the jokes.
So, how did you say your barony was called? Oh, whatever, never mind. When I draw the map of these lands, I will call them the End of All Roads. Dirt Beyond. I guess it's a fitting name.
This fucking dude. Well, Tab quotes. Shit like this is why legacy/vintage are broken, stupid, uninteresting formats where more often than one player just jacks off for all intents and purposes until they cream themselves or the opponent leaves. It's a fucking joke. Fuck Legacy and fuck turn 1/2 storm bullshit. This comment in the thread was not particularly funny, but interestingly, it highlighted common misconceptions about legacy and vintage, and strong opinions that people who do not play legacy and vintage hold about legacy and vintage. I mean, but there are cards like that, right? That's not necessarily legacy or vintage. It's just one of those. It's one way to play the game, right? I kind of like that explanation. I mean, I don't know about broken, stupid, or uninteresting, but the rest, right? One person just jacks off until they cream themselves. That's a playstyle in Magic, right? I'm not a Magic player, so I don't know, but I feel like that's one of the things, right? That you can do, just play your own game, and hopefully you're gonna win by just playing your own game. And I think many broad different strategies and types of decks makes the game better, right? Someone says, I think that coworker I mentioned earlier got the message. She called me, I didn't pick up. She apparently wanted to tell me she passed an exam or a work-related certificate, and I just wrote congrats, no emoji or anything. And then she had sent a GIF. Oh, sorry, GIF. Didn't look at it, and the message stopped. You just feel like a teenager all over again with these stupid games, but I see no other way without actually offending anybody. I mean, people might be offended by being ignored, but that's whatever, right? He offended you. Now it's just like, he actually gave you a phone call just to get a congratulations. Right. Well, maybe she's maybe she's thirsty. Who knows? Well, it's weird though, right? Because, like you said, she lives in Hamburg, you live in Ireland. So it's weird that she flirts with you like that. Maybe she just likes you and wants to be friends, Tomiluko. Maybe you misread something? Maybe she is so hot that she's used to everybody just are thirsty after her. And it's so annoying. And then, oh, he's married and he's a pretty cool dude. I want to be friends with him because I don't have any other friends amongst my peers. Could be that. Alright, Tomiluko, and you might misconstrue that as flirting. Tomiluko says, yeah, but ignoring is different than saying, hey, stop harassing me. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, harassing, that might not be her intent at all. I mean, she definitely doesn't have malicious intent, because people usually don't have malicious intent. Well, then I might... then I make an accusation, exactly. Might be, says Tomiluko. Maybe if you consider it as a friend, maybe she could be a good friend to have. I mean, like you said, she lives in Hamburg. It's not like you're gonna start dating her emotionally or whatever. Get the hots for her. I mean, if you trust yourself, be emotionally loyal. Because the only thing, right, it could be an emotional affair. Those things happen as well. If you're worried about having an emotional affair and, like, getting a crush on her, then it might be better to just fucking stay away. But if you're not worried about that, could be a good friend. Who knows? Or maybe you have enough friends, and that's fine as well. The gnome fell silent at last. He just watches you with shifty eyes, opening and closing his... opening and closing his mouth as if he wanted to say something more, but hasn't come up with anything yet. Chaotic evil attack? No, 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 no. This is our economist, right? And you know I'm the Baroness.
Already told you I visited your capital some time ago. Weren't you listening to me? And I'm used to being greeted by officials when I arrive to settlements of at least some importance. The glory of myself and my exploits usually precedes me, and officials usually prefer to be on good terms with me.
I didn't know you'd come.
Yes, you're right. I should have remembered that your lands are in the middle of nowhere, and you don't get updates on important things in time.
We don't, indeed. Lucas says, I don't think I'll get a crush on her, but my wife already showed signs of jealousy. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. That's actually a good idea, yeah. She didn't like it, so better draw a line. You can get other friends, right? You can get other friends. I kind of forgot about that. That was the whole instigator of that part of the conversation. But yeah, that's completely fine to draw a line. That makes a lot of sense. And I mean, you could, if you don't want to, offend her, right? And if she, like, instead of like ghosting or stuff like that, and if she doesn't let up, your coworker, I mean, you could just say that well, my wife saw a picture of you and she did not like us talking together, so if we can just be co-workers and not try to be friends, that would make me happy, right? Because that wouldn't offend your co-worker, that would just, you would be honest, right? And honesty is usually a good way to go, right? Lucas says, my wife is pretty cool typically about having female contacts, but if she's worried about that specific one, why push it? Exactly. I think that should be fine, that your wife has a say in who your friends are. That makes sense. Lucas says, that's why I don't want friendship, I'm just annoyed due to that coworker always being flirty, etc. You don't have to say flirty, you can just say friendly, that if we can keep it professional, that would help me in my life, right? You could tell her that. Right, the turn 1 and 2 combos are part of Legacy and Vintage, but common misconception is that that's all there is to them. Oh, right, that it's just RNG, and maybe you win on turn 1 or 2, or you don't. Kumalik says, I'm just making a point about being professional and see how it develops in the next few years. Yeah, exactly. No need to rock the boat if you don't need to, right, Tomaliko? Olgituna says, what? Which kind of makes sense, as probably for many people, their only touch in those formats is through highlights like those. Yeah, right? When the RNG and the stars align, right? That's what people see if they haven't played it. But you have a bunch of cards in your deck, and like having a deck that just sometimes lines up and gives you that perfect combo, that would give you a bunch of losses, right? Colgate on tap. You want it to be stable and be capable of winning against many other decks, right? Someone says, nah, if I mention anything personal, that will also gives an angle, which I want to avoid. Wait, how do you mean? Gives an angle? If you're asking someone to just have a professional and not a friendly relationship, and then they continue angling, then you have reason to bring up, right? It's an escalation, right? I'm with you, just keep it a few weeks, but then, right, in the next few weeks, if she doesn't let up, when you being professional and she keeps going, the next step, right, is asking them to stop. Always, right? The next step is asking to stop, and if they still don't stop, that's when you start behaving as they have, like they are treating you in a moral problematic way, right? Up until you ask them to stop, you can still read all their behavior as just being friendly. It's when you ask them to stop that if they don't let up at that point, that's when they're no longer being friendly, right? That's when they're like being an asshole, like really being an asshole, where you no longer can deny that this person is being an asshole. And at that point, after you've asked them to stop, at that point, you can just ask them to fuck off. Leave me the fuck alone and start, like, properly ignoring. Lucas says, well, if I mention my wife having an issue with her, it gives her a reason to think there might be a chance. Well, you could just say that then, Tomaluko. My wife is having an issue and I don't... Like... You follow up, I love my wife and I want my wife to be happy. And, like, nothing would ever happen. But if this is what she wants, this is what she gets, right? Honesty again, right? If you don't give her a chance, like, then there is none. Or whatever, and that's that angle. And, like, I would say there's... In my mind, there is not a chance either way, right? Because one of you live in Hamburg and one live in Ireland, so... The chance thing is off the table already, isn't that the case? Someone says, in a few weeks it doesn't stop, then I'll put a hard stop to it. And if then it doesn't stop, I'll have to contact HR. Yeah, exactly. Someone says no, because then it's too personal and she could spin it the other way. I think she's a nutbag. Oh, if she's a nutbag, then yeah. If you think and she's actually is a nutbag, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, and it makes sense. Also, it would make sense for you to see nutbags where there are none, Tomiluko, right? Because, as you say, nowadays you are careful with the nutbags. It would make sense for, with your history, that you would misconstrue nutbaggery where there is none. But either way, right? It makes sense to be careful. As long as you're not being a dick about it, it's completely fine, right? Well, Gitonotap says that you can make a deck that quite consistently wins on turn 1 against Goldfish. The problem is that you are not playing against Goldfish. You're playing against an opponent and it is a card... It's a card game with interaction. Yeah, exactly. If you vomit your whole hand turn 1 for your combo and your opponent stops it with 2 cards, you are way behind in resources, and by the time you can combo again, they have had time to progress their own gameplay with new answers for your combo. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was getting at as well, called Gitonotap, right? That there probably is some that just almost guaranteed wins on turn 1, but only against another type of deck. Like you said, against the Goldfish, but you don't know when you play Magic, right, what you're gonna face before you face it, do you? Like, oh, it could be anything. That's part of the game, that you want a deck that is some fluidity on one side where you can adapt to many different decks. Like, you want defense and offense, kind of, right? Balancing. I mean, some people might just play that, go turn 1 and then forfeit, and that's a dick move, right? That's a boring gameplay. They just draw their cards, and if they don't get their turn 1, then they just forfeit. But I would imagine that a player like that would not be a long time Magic the Gathering player, because something tells me that would be pretty boring. Someone says, especially at work, be careful with nutbags. They might report you for the other way around, even if it didn't happen. Man, it might be like, I don't know how well you know your boss and stuff already, Tomiluko. But it might be worth bringing this up. Not like say, there is nothing untowards here. I'm just a little bit uncomfortable. Don't talk to her or anything. I just want to mention I feel a little bit uncomfortable and I think it's gonna pass and it's gonna be fine. Just to preempt, like, if she is a nutbag, which I don't think she is, but like, yeah, safety first, Tomiluko, right? Safety first. Moonpie Dumpling says, you don't need to report out of the gate. Just make your concerns clear to people around you. Witnesses. Yeah, that was my thought exactly, Moonpie Dumplings. Get some witnesses. And maybe a trusted authority beforehand, so if things escalate, you have a level of ground to stand on. That's exactly what I was thinking, Moonpie Dumplings. Great piece of advice. Moonpie Dumplings says, I love the internet. It's so easy to pretend I'm old and wise and not a high schooler who hasn't seen shit. I mean, you don't have to be old to be wise. I think you get wiser with age. I think that happens to a lot of people. Like a natural progression of things, because the more you know, the more knowledge you have to rely on or whatever. But that's a great piece of advice, Moonpie Dumplings. Don't sell yourself short. I've actually noticed that, and I make an effort, because I notice myself moving towards a trend toward ageism. I often, like, I've heard myself say many times that, oh, don't listen to, saying shit about teenagers, because they don't know shit about shit. But that's kind of a reference to myself when I was a teenager, to myself today. And it's easy to become ageist like that and just look at teenagers like they're all stupid because they're hormonal and shit, but yeah, I think it's unfair to judge people just like correlation does not imply causation. There we have it. That's a good thing to say about all the isms, right? The sexisms, the racisms, the ageisms, and all that stuff. Like, even if there, well, like, often there, I probably think there even isn't a correlation. But even if there is a correlation, correlation still does not imply causation. Tomalik says, yeah, currently I just try to dodge out of it. And if that won't work, we'll see what I'll do. Yep, one step at a time. Tomalik says, I just want to be careful as it could easily backfire. Who is more likely to be believed? That guy who says he's been harassed by that hot girl everybody wants to date. Well, that's the thing, right? And I was kind of talking about that framing thing, Tomiluko. You are not being harassed. You have not been harassed. Until you speak up towards her, Tomiluko, there is no harassment going on, right? Right? She just giving you a phone call wanting to say she passed a test or whatever. There is no harassment happening. Right? So, like Moonpie Dumpling says, trusted witnesses, that is as much about you, right? With your background, because you feel uncomfortable. And that's what you can express, that you feel uncomfortable. It's not about her behavior, it's about that, well, it's a little bit, right? But that you feel a little bit uncomfortable and just expressing that you feel a little bit uncomfortable. Even though everybody wants to date that person, you feel a little bit uncomfortable in the situation, right? And that's completely fine. Tomiluka says that all teenagers are stupid and the world is going to end with the next generation. Exactly. Paraphrasing Aristotle. Nice. I like that. Yeah, I'm paraphrasing Aristotle. All teenagers are stupid, the world is gonna end. 4,000 years ago, quote. Tomiluka says exactly, I have not been harassed yet, I just want to be careful. Yeah, be careful. But Tap says, so combo decks tend to go a little bit slower as they sacrifice speed for resilience so that they can have protection for their combo. Spanish Inquisition is a glass cannon combo deck. Nice, that goes full speed and it preys on non-blue decks. This content creator was playing Burn, so Spanish Inquisition got away with not having protection. Nice. Yeah. Some people like to be more RNG than others, I suppose, Tap. Moonpie Dumpling says, so on Reddit, the r/drama subreddit banned everybody who had ever posted on our teenagers. Talk about ageist, right? There was quickly a flood of people claiming that they weren't teenagers despite posting on the teenager sub, but that's not relevant to this. Basically, on the internet, because of things like that ban, or Twitch's maturity indicator, which forces streamers to ban anyone under 18. Wait, do Twitch force people to ban people under 18? That's funny. Means that the actual smart teens don't reveal themselves as teen and pretend to be adults. I mean, I wish everybody could just be themselves, right? Be honest with who they are. This is who I am, and express themselves the way they want to express themselves. And if someone wants to ban you for that, that's their problem, isn't it, Moonpie Dumplings? Fuck those people. Yeah. You didn't want to hang out with them anyways, did you? Kind of what I do here with Twitch. There's been a lot of people who's been rude, or a lot of people who don't like me. Well, that's my life in a nutshell. That's something I've had to learn throughout life, that I'm not a very likable person, like overall. I'm not a very likable person, and that's fine. They don't like me, why should I hang out with people who don't like me? It's not even fuck those people. It's like, it doesn't have to be that thing. It's just that, yeah, they don't like me. That means that why should we hang out? It's fine if they don't like me. That's their business. Yeah, as long as they leave me alone when they don't like me, that's fine. Tomaluki, gotta go, work meeting. Good luck, have fun. I'm gonna respond to your stuff even though you're gone later, Tomaluko. Yeah, have a good one. Tomaluka says, although last Thursday I already kind of mentioned I feel uncomfortable with her constantly chatting with me. There you go. Tomaluka asks, where is the age restriction under 18 on Twitch? I think that depends on the country. I think hard cutoff age is 13 or so. Oh, there. I had no idea about these things. I've always found it funny to have age restrictions on the internet. Yeah, even when I was a kid, it's like, oh, you have to be 18 to enter this site? Yes, I am 18. Like, it's so stupid. Of course I'm 18 on the internet. Moonpie Dumpling says some streams can be marked under mature audiences only, in which streamers are obligated to ban people under 18. They don't do it, lol. Oh, shit. Mine is marked as mature audiences only, I think. Maybe I should remove that. I'm obligated to ban people under 18? I haven't read into this at all, Moonpie Dumplings. I just thought that, oh, I'm just gonna put it that it's 18 so that people can expect curse words and whatnot, and not complain about me using the word fuck, because for some reason people don't like that word. I don't fucking get it. Uptight little assholes. They got something stuck up there, and it probably doesn't feel great. Yeah, that's what why I put myself on mature audiences only, but yeah, I only ban bots. Someone says, yeah, but that's not necessarily by Twitch, but by the streamer or the content. I wouldn't know. Moonpie Dumpling says, yeah, but my point is that because teens want to participate in adult discussions in adult-only spaces, they have to pretend online, and this leads to a weird confirmation bias of teens being stupid. Alright. That's the thing, right? Where I'm like, moon pie dumplings, where I'm thinking that... No, actually, my question is, what is an adult discussion? What is an adult-only space where you have to pretend online? What does that even mean? I don't know what that is. Like, adult discussions in adult-only spaces? Is that like comments on porn videos? Comment thread on porn videos? And like, I don't really participate in those myself. But that's kind of this ageist idea, right? I'm assuming that's not what you meant, but what you meant is that there are some conversations that going on in forums or whatever, right? In some conversational spaces on Reddit or whatever. And sometimes people say things that looks like something a kid would say. And the adults are gonna start bullying the kids because they said something like a kid would say. And I can kind of relate to that a little bit, but I don't think that's an age thing for me. It's more like, if we consider this. Consider I like talking about philosophy, right? I like talking about this stuff. And then someone has no aptitude for philosophy. They started reading like philosophy the first yeah, let's say it's a kid that, like, I don't know, a 12-year-old, 14-year-old. How old are you when you first get to read philosophy in school? And they read the first Plato's Cave or whatever, and now that conversation will not be very engaging to me if I want to have a discussion on a higher level, if that makes sense, right? Maybe that's what you're talking about. At a higher level, higher tier of knowledge. Right? If you want to talk about the intricacies of Warframe and you have played Warframe for 2,000 hours, then someone who has played Warframe for 10 hours, and if you want to have a conversation about the intricacies of the modding system and whatnot, the person who has played 10 hours, that conversation might not be very engaging, because where you end up is not in a balanced conversation, right? You end up in a situation where you teach the newbie. So I can understand why some people would, again, draw the correlation, because usually an adult teaches the teenager, right? That's usually where you end up in many different situations. But correlation does not imply causation. Tomoliko pointed out that I'd rather have teens pretending to be adults than adults pretending to be teens, right? Yeah, definitely. Golgitino Tab says, pro players tend to play decks with uneven matchups in big tournaments. As to win big tournament, you need to get lucky, and by being right about your meta prediction, you can win more than you can lose by a bad meta call. Yeah, but that's a skill thing, right? That's knowing the other players and knowing what decks to bring and whatnot. So suddenly, that's also part of the game, right? That's part of tournament play. That's not one single game. That's just the game where it's at right now. How people think about it right now. That's why I've been watching quite a bit of Dota. Not in a long while, but part of something that I really enjoyed was watching a tournament and just following the picks that they do. The picks and the counter picks. Because that's such a big aspect of playing the game. Just like using, not only doing a good deck, but doing the good deck in context is also very exciting, right? Yeah. Moonpie Dumpling says it's 2 a.m. for me, lol. Need to go to bed. Nightish. Alright. Sleep well, Moonpie Dumplings. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. Tomaluko says sleep well. Wait, didn't you leave already, Tomaluko? Weird. Yeah, metagaming. Game beyond the game itself. Exactly. And that's part of it, right? If you want to compete in a tournament, you have to metagame the tournament. And that's part of the tournament. Which is exciting as well. That's one of the reasons why it's exciting to watch tournaments. Not only every single match by itself, but... yeah. So, yes, lucky, but there is a gambling thing involved, right? There is... to get lucky, that implies that you need to make a guess, right? Because luck means that something that you could not predict ended up in your favor. But there is some skilled guesswork going on in the tournament. So yeah, you do need to get lucky, but it's not pure luck. Just like you need to get lucky what cards you draw, but it's not pure luck when you have built your deck. This is a pretty good graph that demonstrates why pro players go for decks more lopsided decks rather than for decks with more flat matchups. Alright. See how the top 4 pairs of bars here are all longer than the next 2 pairs. Alright. A deck that's 70% against A and 30% against B goes 3-0. With the following probability when it meets 90%. Right, if you play a deck with good and bad matchups and you get lucky with your pairings to some degree, your chance to win a tournament increases more than it decreases if you get unlucky to the same degree. Oh, maths. Right, a deck that's 50% against A and 50% against B always goes 3-0 with the following probability. Maths! Alright. When you play a deck with only even matchups, you can never get lucky. Oh, I see. Exciting stuff. I see what you're saying. I didn't get the graphs or whatever, but yeah. So... so there is a balancing thing. Also, I think a lot of these people are making a mistake here as well. There is a mistake in this line of thinking. This is thinking like a game theorist. In game theory. Something that is also very important to keep in mind is, who are you playing against? Oh, wait. That's not how it works. I'm assuming... oh. Wait, do you have to pick your decks before the entire tournament? Or do you get to pick decks before every matchup? Oh, you do have to do that. Oh, then thinking like a game theorist is the way to go, right? Because you cannot manipulate your opponent. You only know the general meta of everybody, but you cannot prepare for your opponent. I mean, you can, but that's more preparing, like mentally preparing how you will play your deck against their deck. They can learn that during the tournament, but so, oh man, I wish something that you could do, right? Something that I would find interesting as a tournament. I don't know, I haven't watched Magic the Gathering. I don't know shit about shit, but my intuition just pops up to me and says that Maybe you should be allowed to bring like 10 decks to a tournament and then pick from all of those decks. I don't even know how many matches you do play, but get a little bit of choice there so you can actually do the metagaming against your opponent as well. More dramatic, I suppose, for the viewing experience. I don't know though. Well, Gentinotype says it is better with random guess, and pro players can do better than random guess, so it is even more profitable for them to pick a lopsided matchup. Yeah, like we were talking about. Still, the skill of the metagaming of playing a tournament, being good at playing a tournament. Right, so what happened here? How did your cart end up in the river?
My party and I set up camp at the bank of this river. We'd just finished kindling the fire when that purple bastard appeared. You know what he told me? He introduced himself as the king of the kobolds and told me he needed our clothes because he wanted to dress his subjects properly, you see, as long as they've established the kingdom of their own. That's literally what he said. I wonder, where did he learn the words? Obviously, I told him to buzz off. Some kobold wants to strut around wearing the clothes of the great cartographer Jubilos Nartropple. No way. So I've been explaining my position to him, being rather eloquent too, suggesting he and his so-called kingdom might as well fall into the deepest sinkhole. In the meantime, I've noticed that kobolds have already started to untie my cart. Well, I called my men to keep the cart safe. They couldn't guess what to do on their own, just stood there with their mouths ajar. Then things heated up as the fighting started, and while we were fighting, the ponies dragged the cart to the river. Ah, stupid animals.
Said you were famous, but I don't know you. What are you famous for?
That was either a stupid and offensive joke or a case of total ignorance. The latter, I hope. I'm famous as a traveler, a cartographer, an alchemist, and a journalist. The students of all the major universities study the world using my maps. My articles for different journals are well known everywhere, from Andorran to Brevoy. You've definitely read some issues of National Alchemy, haven't you? Culinary Almanac of the Inner Sea? Or the most scandalous one, The Independence, describing benefits and drawbacks of governments and regimes in different states? Didn't read any of these? Oh, well, don't answer that. I don't want to spoil my impression of your barony. It's spoiled enough already. It would be hard for me to write at least something positive otherwise.
Wait, the Jubilos Narthrapple? Author of the 14.5 eulogies to Pitax? Oh my! Every student in the Academy of Grand Arts devoured your books, especially after King Aravetti banned them, tried you in absentia, and sentenced you to death.
Sentenced you to death. Whoa.
I see at least someone in this shabby barony has at least a rudimentary education, even if they got them in such a dubious establishment as the Pitax Academy of Grand Arts.
The ego of this dude.
I was expelled for irreverence.
Ha! Is this so? Well, if it is true, then you just might not be beyond hope.
So, what is such a famous person doing that far from civilization?
I pursued two objectives. The first is to write an article on this new barony of yours for the Independence. The second is to draw a detailed map of the stolen lands. Before this barony appeared, it had been too dangerous to come here, but now an opportunity has appeared. Thanks to you, I must add. So, as you can see, the freedom of speech sometimes grants positive comments too. Anyway, I'm almost done with this journey. My article is practically ready, so is the map. All that's left to do now is to find an old dwarven outpost established here several centuries ago.
Oh, that's where I want to go. What is this dwarven outpost you're searching for?
Your ignorance is stunning. You create a barony and still you know nothing about the lands you own. I'll have to enlighten you on the subject.
Yes, please do.
You see, long ago there was a dwarven trade route crossing these lands. It connected Five Kings Mountains and the north. The route was so important to the dwarves that they were generous enough to set a number of outposts along it, manned with armed guardians to provide protection for the traders.
Upking Mountains are tall and imposing peaks, rich with ore and iron bloom mushrooms, heavily populated by dwarves. They are the largest center of dwarven culture. It doesn't say. It's located... Oh, Galarian. The High Helm missile is there, yeah.
One of these outposts must be somewhere nearby, lost and completely forsaken. But nothing can avoid the watchful eye of the great cartographer Jubilos Nartruple. I will find this outpost, and I will mark its location on the map. You can trust me on that.
Sweet. Oh, we can keep talking about this, eh? Tell me, is this old dwarven outpost abandoned? Is it possible it's now used by trolls as a lair, for instance?
Why not? Dwarves like being underground, trolls like being underground too. It's quite possible after dwarves left, their warm and cozy place fell into the hands of less attractive creatures.
I'm looking for this troll's lair. Maybe we're looking for the same place. Let's join our efforts and start looking together.
You seem to be a capable companion, but I'll pass for now. I still have to count my losses after the river took my cart and all my stuff.
Oh, is he gonna join if we succeed on this? I might actually restart this, because this dude is gonna be my economist, right? This dude is definitely gonna be my economist. Maybe, maybe not. He's so awesome as well. Do I want to... Oh, shit. Shit. Oh, we're talking about save loading here. Like, do I embrace the failure, or do we just live with the failure? You know what? We live with the failure. Yep. Well, if I find this outpost, I'll let you know. Goodbye.
I would be grateful. I'll stay here for a while. I need to sort things out.
Yeah, if we would have... Oh, maybe he wouldn't have followed us either way. We don't know. Like, maybe if we rescued this thing, he would have just gone to the city anyways. So, yeah. We did, however... Uh-oh. Oh, actually.
I'm still here.
Yeah, let's level up.
I shall not.
Level up! Let's do the thing. Level up. And we're definitely taking another monk level. What do we get? More key powers. Sweet. Level 6 key power. Oh yeah, we get a key power and we get mystic powers. Uses advice ability when spending points from his key pool to activate a class ability using the normal actions required for each in order to have that ability affect one ally within 30 feet. Right. Advice. So, is that the bark skin? Can I just give everybody bark skin now? Is that... I can just precast bark skin on myself and others? That would be fucking fantastic. I use his advice ability when spending key points from his key pile to activate a class ability. That's gotta be the bark skin, right? Using the normal actions required for each in order to have that ability affect one ally within 30 feet rather than the sensei himself. Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing we have so far is the bark skin, I think. I don't think Shattering Punch matters. We'll see what happens, but I think that's how it's gonna work, which is freaking-tastic. Alright. We need persuasion. We need perception. We need mobility. Do we need mobility? Maybe athletics. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. Here we go. Yeah, our key powers. What do we have? We have Scorching Ray. Spend 2 points from standard action to blast his enemies with Searing Beam of Fire. The monk may fire 1 ray plus 1 additional ray for every levels beyond 3rd. Each ray requires a ranged touch attack to hit and deals 4d6 points of damage. Have sudden speed. Increases the monk's base land speed for 30 for 1 minute. No. Then we have True Strike. Monk with this key can spend 1 point from his key pool as a standard action to gain temporary intuitive insight to the immediate future during his next attack. Monk's next single attack roll, if made before the end of the gains plus 20 insight bonus. Additionally, he's not affected by the mischance that applies. Oh man, we could use True Strikes and give... oh wow, look at all these things I cannot get. We could get True Strikes and give those to Amiri, just like, here Amiri, have a True Strike, and Amiri's just gonna, haha, always hit, right? But I think Scorching Ray is gonna be more useful. Volgitunotab says that many good players sabotage themselves by building their list 50-50 against metagame and thinking they win every match by their skill edge. Alright. Yeah, but there is some luck involved. And you cannot get lucky, like they said. Maybe you don't... Maybe that's not sabotaging themselves, though, Colgate-on-Tap. Right, maybe their goal is not to win the tournament, but just climb as far as they are capable of. Because I'm assuming the more you gamble, the more risk it is that you also... Sure, you can get lucky, but you can also get unlucky, right? Oh, this is level 8, monk level 14... Yeah, these are all just monk levels, so we cannot get them at all. Which means we're probably not gonna get True Strike at all. We're gonna get Scorching Ray. Oh, actually, this is a 2-point. This costs 2 anyway. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna get Scorching Ray. Sure, it costs 2, but... How does Scorching Ray work? I don't remember. Do I roll? No, they roll. 4d6 of fire damage is pretty fucking useful though, right? Trolls, for example, needed to get killed by fire damage, something that we're looking for. And there are probably other things where fire is good to have as well. So yeah, I'm gonna bring the Scorching Ray. Plus, like, it's a ranged attack. Sometimes we might be in a situation where we need to do a ranged attack. Yeah, so yeah, we're doing Scorching Ray, definitely. Looking fine. Longitudinal says that could be it. Price structures are already top heavy, but maybe not everyone is going after them. Yeah, exactly. Like, difference between going 10-2 and going 9-3 is huge, whereas the difference between going 0-12 and going 6-6 is negligible. Oh, it is? Yeah. Sorry, did not meant to use the double negative there. Wait. I'm confused. Right. How is it though? Like, how much does skill matter? Like, do you have... In Magic the Gathering, the big tournaments where you have the top pro players, is it usually a big variation between who wins and whatnot? Or is it a lot of the same players that tend to always win because they're better? Like, is this what you find? That you get some people who win a lot, but also get kicked out a lot. And the same people ending up in the mid, and the same people winning and losing and all that stuff. Is that what happens? Tap says, well, if it was anime, people would call it unrealistic how often some people win. Well, there you go. Hello, Rocket Wolf. Let's see again. How are you doing today? Just came in on the end of that. Scorching ray might be handy if you lived with polar bears and penguins. Keep warm and have your dinner killed for you. Very nice. Scorching rain? Scorching ray, though, like a ray. Yeah, keep warm and kill your dinner for you. Hopefully your house that you live in when the scorching rain happens would not burn down as well, Rocket Wolf, because that would be awful, wouldn't it? You misread that? Maybe I said rain instead of ray. I was unclear. Yeah, metal roof. Oh, that's definitely gonna be hot, isn't it, Rocket Wolf? Gonna keep you very warm. Maybe boil you from the inside? Who knows? Complete! Alright, let's do another level up here. You're just gonna keep on going, right? Rage powers, yes. You're just gonna be a barbarian. I don't think you're gonna be multi-classing anything. Maybe, maybe not. No furnace needed. Indeed. Pretty dark. You need athletics, mobility, and lore in nature, and perception. Why do you get more skill points than my character? I thought they said that skill points is increased by intelligence. And you don't have a lot of intelligence. Unfair. Rocket Wolf says I might have accidentally just invented a new game mechanic. I mean, it might be a thing. If it's not already, it might be in the future. Alright. While raging, the barbarian gains 2 claw attacks. These are considered primary attacks made by the barbarian's full base attack bonus. Claw attack deals this and this. Maybe not. We already have a stance, the guarded stance. We're happy with that, right? +1 dodge bonus to our armor class for the duration of her current rage. This bonus increases by 1 for every 4 levels. The stance... Barbarians can't have more than one stance rage power active at a time. If she activates a stance rage power while another one is active, yeah, it shifts. I like the guarded stance. What else do we have? Renewed vigor. As a standard action, the barbarian heals 1d8 points of damage plus her constitution modifier for every 4 levels the barbarian has beyond the 4th. The amount healed increases. This ability can be used only once per day. The barbarian must be at least 4th level to select this rage power. I wonder if you have to be raging to use renewed vigor. That's his 1d8 heal. That's not a big heal. Oh, plus constitution modifier. So actually, that's pretty good. We have the reflexive dodge. Oh, while in the guarded stance, the barbarian can apply her dodge bonus as AC as a bonus on reflex saving throws. The barbarian must have the guarded stance. Rage power must be at least 6th level. Oh, I kind of like that. Yeah, since we are using the guarded stance, we might just do reflexive dodge here. Rather not take damage than needing the heal, since we're probably gonna have other healers. Wolf says, summon, scorching rain, beware its side effects. Yeah, just... Oh man, that would be good in... Oh, I get flashbacks to the slime fight in Divinity Original Sin 2, if you played that. Flashbacks. Well, Tab says, I think one reason why some people go for 50-50 matchup is because they are used to small events where they do have enough skill edge to win every match, and they stick to their habits even when level competition increases. Now, that makes sense. That probably happens, Colgate on tap. Wolf makes a mental note of something. Haven't, but D&D came to mind. Yeah, just set everything on fire. Alright, so I don't think we do want to use these stats, because both of these come with negatives, right? Competence bonus on melee attacks. Oh, shit. Maybe we get competence from something else. Maybe we get dodge bonus from something else by the guarded stance. Maybe the guarded stance won't do anything. You know what? But this reflexive dodge, though, that's something that doesn't stack with something else. And we have had the issue of Mary just taking too much damage. So we're gonna do this. Maybe we'll get the beast totem later. Maybe we can get more bite attacks, though. Because I did like the bite attacks. That was fantastic. So let's just keep going with the guarded stance. That's fine. Gotta keep ourselves alive. Complete.
Adventures call to them.
Let's level up Lindsay. Should I just tell you to be a crossbow fighter? Actually, let's go... what are your stats? You have the int and you have the dex. Maybe we should just make you proficient with heavy crossbows. We'll see what happens. Oh, we actually don't get to take a feat this time around, so... What do we have? Fascinate. At 6th level, they can use their performance to cause one or more creatures to become fascinated with him or her, I guess. Each creature to be fascinated must be within 30 feet. Rocket Wolf says, I don't like the idea of guarded stance for the reason one might find they can do nothing else while in that stance and maybe be in that stance all the time. Well, the guarded stance, it didn't come with any negatives, it only came with positives. I mean, now I have to be in guarded stance all the time. That's kind of how I build the character, that I will be in the guarded stance all the time. But I still rage, I still attack, and I get my bite attacks. And if I get the beast totem, we're still gonna do the attacks in the beast totems in the guarded stance. It's just we have the guarded stance as well. That's how I understood this. Have I misunderstood the game? Have I misunderstood the rule sets? We'll save. Negate the effect. The creature saving throw succeeds. The bard cannot attempt to fascinate. Alright. Fascinate. That seems fun. And we get a bar. Oh, we do get a bard talent. There we go. And you need use magic device. You get persuasion, knowledge of the world, knowledge of arcana, and trickery. Very straightforward. And then we get a bard talent. I think we are going to give you a weapon focus on heavy crossbow. You get +1 bonus on attack rolls you make with the selected weapon. Unless we have Canny Observer. Perception checks. A character that selects this talent gains a bonus combat feat. Oh. Oh, these are... Maybe we don't need to take weapon focus. We can get weapon focus... As a normal feat, we can get weapon focus. These are specific bard traits, which may be special not, or not. Iron Guts. Withstand poisons, ingested ones. They get +1 to all saves against poisons, as well as a plus bonus saves against all spells and effects that cause the character to be nauseated or sickened. Or we have skill focus. Maybe I should get skill focus knowledge of the world here. Or, like, maybe I should get both of those. Knowledge in Arcana and the world. Rather than just going for combat. This is during conversation, right? If we succeed on these, that's gonna help us. Oh. Yeah, it's a +6. Arcana, so we can learn about arcane stuff we run into. Because, yeah, we can take weapon focus as this feat. Yeah, we did get skill focus on trickery as well, that was a waste. Because trickery we can just do over and over and over and over again until we succeed, so... That was a wasted skill point. However, these only happen in conversations, which we could do over and over by loading or whatever, but... Saving and loading. Do not recommend intimidating prowess. And so it's either weapon focus or skill focus. Can you get skill focus as a normal feat? I'm assuming you can. I don't even know. Rugged Wolf says, I don't like the idea... wait, no, we already saw that. Why not automate it? Is called get on tap? Wait, I lost context. Automate what? Oh, save loading. I mean, it is automated. How do you mean? Like you have auto saving that happens in from time to time, pretty often. Like every time you go into a loading screen, I think it automatically saves the game. And you can just press F8 to load the latest save. I mean, when you said you could do it multiple times. Right, have a conversation multiple times, but automating having one specific conversation, like if I need to do it 3 times, automating that would be way more work. Yeah, it would take so long to automate it, it would not be worth it. I think we're gonna do both of these. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know. You know what? Here you go. Get some arcane knowledge. It's fine. And then we get to pick another spell. We have Cacophonous Call, we have Cure Moderate Wounds, we have Mirror Image. I think we're doing Blindness, right? That's what we're doing. Right? Because we said that Cacophonous Call is good against melee and Blindness is good against spellcasters. I could start using these more, but that's what we're getting.
What's the holdup?
And Octavia gets a level in Rogue because we're going 50-50 on this. We get better sneak attack. We get Finesse is a bonus feat. Oh. Well, we're gonna have a bow, so that doesn't help. I think Danger Sense doesn't really help either. I don't know, 3 is a pretty big number. I don't know, like, I don't have... Right, I'm on Wayland, Colgate on tap, so I don't have a system set up for automation with something like XDo tool. I don't have a YDo tool that works well enough yet. I haven't learned how to use this stuff and automate all of this thing, but maybe if I could just record a macro. Yeah, if I could just record a macro or always be... You know, it just seems like a lot of extra work for something that doesn't take very long. Sure, 3 is a pretty high number, I suppose. Right, you have 7 points here. That's fucking crazy. So we have... what are you good at? Knowledge in Arcana? Yes. Knowledge in using a magic device? I don't know. Maybe knowledge in the world as well. I mean, we don't do any stealthing, really. Like, there is not a lot of stealthing going on. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Maybe I should put knowledge in the world as well. If we lose Lindsay for whatever reason, we have you as a backup, just having knowledge about Arcana and the world. Maybe? Bulgitino type says, some people appreciate automation for automation's sake, even if it ends up taking longer. You are one of them. I mean, yes, but in context. I don't play this game for playing automation. If I wanted to play an automation game, I would have played another game right now. So I am, like, I'm a fickle person with what I appreciate. Yeah, I'm fickle like that, and yeah, I do appreciate it, but not all the time. Factorio? Maybe. Maybe one of the others. I think, though, my next automation game is probably going back to Satisfactory. Yeah, I'm probably going back to Satisfactory because I never did uranium and nuclear power in that. So I would probably go back and just do that and expand on that base rather than starting something from scratch. Maybe? I don't know. How much is that? Yeah, we can take you to 13 as well. You know what? Yeah, you get to be knowledgeable. That's fine. Maybe you should have persuasion. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Right, so what do we have here? Finesse training bite. Whenever the rogue makes a successful melee attack, we're not doing melee attacks. Adds her dexterity modifier instead of her strength modifier to the damage roll. Oh. Oh, I see. We could train you with daggers, right? Or the shield. Nunchaka. Oh, it says light shield. I think the light shield is going to interfere with spell casting, won't it? Did get a cool fucking dagger. Sure. Whatever, it's fine. I think we're not going to be using that anyway, so I don't think it matters much. Well, Gidon Tips is another funny thing with magic and probabilities is there are certain feel bads that make people deviate from certain play patterns even if they were best for them. Oh, interesting. We're gonna keep leveling Cleric until we reach level 8. Pretty sure we got more spells in the spell books, didn't we? Did indeed. Wait, did I not already do this? Put something else here? Remember. Well, Gidon Tips is like a very common rookie trap is trying to play around everything. Sometimes you just gotta make your opponent have it. But if they do have it, it can feel bad that you played into it. Close. Urchin Life. Morale bonus. Luck and Resolve. Oh. We should have an Owl's Wisdom here. Summon a small elemental. What the fuck do I know? Gonna have more curses? Is that it? We're just gonna curse, curse, curse? What is magical vestment? 1 hour. You imbue suit of armor or shield with an enhancement bonus of +1 per 4 caster levels. Maximum +5. What if they already have a +1? Is it... Do they stack? Oh, you can do prayer. I didn't even see that. So let's get a prayer as well. Prayer is pretty damn neat. You... Oh, right, you took a level in Rogue. That's why. No more spells. Oh, right, you got the extra spells before. Yeah. You can't cast spells, which is not completely true. Alright, so now you get Scorching Ray. Over here. But I don't think I need to inspire competence here. I feel like, what's the point of it? Competence bonus to all skill checks. We know we can do it, and if we want to do it, it's better to do it with Lindsay anyways, but we can just remember that we can do it. That's good enough. Perhaps. Where was the advice? Where's the advice ability? Yeah, look, that's personal. I mean, these things, like Shattering Punch is always going to be on, so it doesn't have to be there. Just like the Light Halo doesn't have to be there. Train style, wait, you only take a -2 penalty on attack rolls for fighting defensively. While using this style and fighting defensively, you gain +1 dodge to your armor class. Yeah, we don't need to have these down here, because these are just going to be on all the time. These two might not. I think fighting defensively will be on all the time, but... You can put Inspire Competence here, this here. Makes it way easier to balance my one hotbar. I thought I was going to be able to put Bark Skin on anyone, but maybe you need to rest first? I don't even know. Gitern says, I think it is called result-oriented thinking. Maybe it is, yeah. And quote, if I wanted to maximize both agency over my draws and consistency of my deck, I'll play 60 lands. Nice. That's gonna work great, isn't it? It's gonna work out great.
Here I am. See.
Yeah, the same with you, right? Since we decided to do Guarded Sands all the time, it doesn't actually have to be here. Well, it's fine though, because you always have those on, and you can pick these two. Rage we do whenever. Can I just put the weapon set down here so I don't have to click twice or something? No. Fine. Really need to fix your hotbar. Your hotbar is trash. So is yours. And so is yours.
You can count on me.
Your hotbar is pretty fine though. Did I get something new here? I don't think so. Yeah, we can have dexterity down here just to show off if that's indeed what we're doing. I don't think I'm using Jolt a lot anymore. It's good against melee, but not a lot of damage. The bow and arrow is probably the way to go. Well, Gitano says it was from a discussion about the dynamics of the power versus consistency spectrum. Yeah. That's a pretty great deck, isn't it, though? 60 islands. I thought there was a limit.
We should move.
How many islands you can play or whatever, but I guess not. Get some AoE for some 4d6. We do want to use the extra attack, though. Because an attack is what? Yeah, 1d8. -1. Wait, 4d6 or 1d8? No, that's not true. That's 2d8. Well, depends on how you count it, I suppose.
How may I help?
Oh, you got a new cool thing, didn't you? This one here. Oh, fascinate is instead of inspiring courage. I see. Yeah, I see. Move you, put you down here. That's interesting because that means that we maybe want to start using our main character here to start inspiring stuff. No, no, no. We start singing, then we start fascinating. Because when we start fascinating, the singing is still going to keep on going. Maybe. Something like that. I don't even know. Fulgitino type says that basic lands are not limited. Ah, there you go. Did I loot all of this stuff? I think I did. Yeah.
Something here.
I think we don't really need to pre-cast anything here.
Tear them apart!
You get to...
I am prepared to meet my end. Are you?
Aim carefully. I'm writing you out of our staff.
Oh, do you... Yeah. You have AoE on. Sigh. I was thinking that looked like a fancy dagger, but maybe not. Copper ring is just 2 gold. Well, maybe we can keep the rings and like craft something from them.
Challenge.
I don't even know. Here we go. Masterwork. Sure. Eagle Splendor. Take a look at this natural splendor. Mouth-watering broth is simmering in the pot. Kobold corpses lay badly burned by acid and alchemical fire. Gnomes fought fiercely. Eventually, they were outnumbered. Camp looks habitable. Its owners must be somewhere nearby. Oh, so we're gonna rob them as well. Did get a new rope, which is neat. Alright, hopefully they won't care about us taking all that stuff. Alright, what do we have here? Cooking. Have I not already read that? I don't care about cooking. What about this note, though? Fighting the Bleaching. Practical guide by Guisa Nordiquani. The youth shall leave their malady behind. The bleaching does not cling to people until they mature. What is the color of your skin? Apple-cheeked yesterday, but deathly pale today? That's an alarming sign. Closely monitor the condition of your skin, hair, and eyes. Never be bored. Wait, what is this? Curiosity is your best protection. Have a finger in every pie. Don't break your neck. Be hasten to stand up for yourself or run for your life when you venture to seek out an adventure. Never give up. There's a remedy for the bleaching, and it isn't pills, but a new wardrobe or a new lover can stop the disease. And proper journey can prevent its onset for a long time. You're not alone. Find yourself some soulmates. They might just give you a new lease on life. I didn't get it at first, but this was pretty funny, yeah. Ah, that was a pretty good one. Well, Gitano tab says dynamics of huge 1,000 plus player Magic tournaments are also rather interesting, as the vast majority of them are there for a good time, and maybe like 100 of them are tryharding. The people who are tryharding are those the people who are winning as well. That's gonna be the trend. The tryhards are the winners. Pony! Pair of scared ponies stands before you. They don't run away, but they snort loudly and neigh as you approach. They're most likely a spare pair of ponies that a gnome expedition used to pull their cart. When the kobolds attacked, they weren't tied to the cart, so they just pulled themselves free and fled to the forest. You're just gonna leave them alone? I was thinking we were gonna bring them back. Not.
I'm not afraid.
Alright, they cannot attempt to fascinate. Assuming fascinate is just kind of making one of them not work at all. I think the rest of you can just attack, yeah. Oh, they're fighting against the sentinels. That's interesting.
This is where I step in.
Cute. Oh, shit. Called rat gut. Right. That. Butter mushrooms fowl. Copy recipe. See what that can do the next time we cook, I suppose.
The path is clear.
There's gotta be a secret down here. Right? Yeah. What I thought. Orag's pendant.
I'll go ahead.
Sometimes casuals also win sometimes. Yeah, I would imagine casuals win sometimes. Because what you get in an RNG game. Some levels of RNG-ness.
Running won't help you.
Actually, let's see. Oh, one additional ray. What if you try to fascinate?
Serves you right.
Oh,
You deserved it.
how does that work?
They go down.
I'll fight if I have to.
How much damage does Octavia do? That's probably fine. Oh! Oh, against everybody? Use performance to cause one or more creatures to become fascinated. Each creature to be fascinated must be within 30 feet. Will save. If a creature's saving throw succeeded, the bard cannot attempt to fascinate the creature again for 24 hours. If the failing throw saves, the creature stands quietly and observes the performance for as long as the bard continues to maintain it. But they all will saved, so that didn't do anything. You probably want to start inspiring courage and just jumping back and forth, because something tells me that Fascinate is gonna keep lasting for 3 turns. If they fail the rolls, which they didn't. Oh, but you can probably... Oh, but you can... No, you can only do one song at a time, though. Yeah. And another ring of protection. It kind of looked that way.
Let us be careful.
Ring of protection, indeed. We already have deflection bonus, right? Yeah, it doesn't do anything to you. Oh, right, we already had a ring of protection. Sorry, I was thinking of about braces of armor there, but no. You already have a ring of protection. You have a ring of protection. You don't have a ring of protection. You do. What about you? Oh, that's fine.
The path is clear.
Path is clear indeed. Well, Gitun says, and casuals in this context are casuals among a huge tournament participants. The vast majority of Magic players do not play tournaments at all. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah. That checks out. Go. It's fine. Let's cross the river and see. Random encounter. Yeah, let's do it.
We've downed better ones.
Oh, hello. A fucking troll. And they needed fire. Which, good thing we do have fire then. Bark skin. Mary, stop doing... Oh, shit. Stop doing that. Switch to the fancy weapon. Where did Mage's Bane go? Oh, I never picked that up. Oh, shit. And... Mary can just stay here for a second. Do you have anything to precast? Stunning barrier. Oh, actually, we can just check. What do you have? Level 6 humanoid. Chaotic evil. 63 hit points. Alright, so we don't need to go too nuts, do we? I actually think I'm not going to be using a stunning barrier here either.
Attack!
Repent. Your life ebbs low.
I think we can throw out a prayer here. Maybe? Or is our healer gonna be the healer? I think that's what we're gonna do. Maybe an Owl's Wisdom. You're so fucked. Wait, What did they say about the fire thing? Do I have to do... regeneration 5. So we do need to do fire now. So Tristan actually gets to... you run this way, you run this way, you run this way. Tristan can go over here and do Burning Hands. Hello. Another troll, eh? One was not enough.
What a waste.
A solid plan.
Not doing it wrong. The spell is flawed.
Oh, what about you? How much damage do you have? Man, regeneration, protection from fire, reckless, raging. This troll is fighting here. I don't know if I have enough acid here. But we did burn this fucker to death. And we do have more fire stuff to actually use, so... Took a beating. Do you have any fire stuff? Do not have any fire stuff. Right, let's do our healer doing the healing then. He might even just grab this and that. Actually do acrobatics.
Forwards.
Oh, right. Fire, fire, fire. Do you have more fire? Actually, you have fire. Alright. Is that what we're doing now? Scorching Ray against you. You have fire? You have fire? You have fire. So you know what? No.
Aim carefully.
You can attack there and we use your Scorching Ray against this troll here.
My skill.
Oh, I have to use acid? Is that it? Because they have protection from fire? There you go. You don't have protection from fire. So... you don't have any fire, you don't have any fire. You have a little bit of fire, but I kinda don't want to use... You know what? It's fine. There we go. Oh, he died, didn't he? Dalton! Can I save the other person? An elderly half-elf stands before you. His sun-bleached hair reveals him as a seasoned traveler, and the confidence which he holds his bow reveals him to be a seasoned warrior, and his His cart is full of various items. Trader as well. Damn trolls almost died from the stink alone. The half-elf wipes the sweat from his brow. They almost had me. Since when are the trolls not afraid of fire? Good thing I had a few flasks of acid amongst my goods. She has acid. Octavia has infinite acid. I just remembered. Thank you for your timely rescue, friend. Despite his confident gaze, his voice trembled slightly. A few moments more, and we would have... Whoever rules this land gives little care to its safety. Formerly safe trade roads are given over to trolls. Not a guard to be seen. But where are my manners? I'm Dalton from Mevon, merchant by trade. Who are you? Actually, I rule these lands. Oh, I beg your forgiveness, your grace, Dalton bows politely, but these trolls, they're a threat to everyone. I agree. They've attacked several villages, destroyed several bridges, and are scaring away the trade caravans. Worse than bandits by far. Double check. I need a save. We can't sit and... Oh, shit. Your Grace is willing to resolve the matter, living nearby, visit him from time to time, sell regions. I can see you're experienced trading. Would you consider operating exclusively? No way. Tell me more about this mage. Bartholomew is his name. Not bad for a human, always polite, respectful. No bandits or trolls scare him. Any other dangers on the road? Let me mark it on your map. Never fought a hodag yet. Nice. From Meven, you say? What's their view on this new, what's their view on the new barony? Long ago, Meven was founded on the Sword Lords, who refused to bow before the new ruler fled to Brevoy, whilst not Brevins anymore. Dalton smiles. Welcome, cousins. That is not family you rather forget. I don't even know. Colgate on tap says, speaking of deck choice and tournaments, in huge tournament decks with free wins are pretty good option for spamming stamina. The 8 rounds of magic can be quite taxing for the mental fortitude. Oh, that's a good point, yeah. Being able to turn brain off for some of that time helps. That makes sense. I don't want to rob people. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to rob people, even though it's neutral evil. No, I'm going to be lawful, right? Even though we do want to make awful steps. You seem like an experienced traveler. Oh, here we go. Lawful good or neutral evil? Intimidate. Don't get me wrong, your grace, but I'm family in Brevoy, so my road is always... Let's take me there, no matter how dangerous the journey. I can intimidate, you're right. These roads are dangerous. Trolls are the least of your concerns. If you were to leave the barony, you might get killed by a road by a random traveler, even such one as myself. I don't want to... yeah, I don't want to be neutral evil. Let's just respect your wishes. I do want to be lawful, but not lawful good, which means neutral. Good fortune and safe travels. Yeah, we're gonna be neutral. We're just not gonna be doing random evil stuff. I'm not comfortable doing that. That might have negative consequences on my playthrough, right? His guard didn't make it though. He's just leaving him there. Potions, that's good to have. Proactive decks also have some advantages in this regards over reactive decks, as you focus more on your own familiar deck and executing your own game plan rather than figure out the opponent's deck. Yeah, proactive decks also allow more going into routines. Yeah.
Tread lightly.
This fallen tree is barring the wagon's way. Oh, he's still standing here, so let's rob him. Even though we said we wouldn't, rob him anyways. He's just gonna be stuck here, is that it?
Let's head out.
And stay with his wagon. Is there a way I can... like, oh, if I had an axe with me or whatever, I could probably... This bothers me. Can't I just move it for him? Like, we could do that. We're a full fucking team. We could just move that tree. Easy. Weird. Weird. And we can leave. I don't think that cost us a lot. So we can... oh. Maybe I should buy some potions for some of these characters here, because he needs a heal, doesn't he? Game has been saved. Alright, that is it for today. Volgatino says, of course finishing rounds fast gives more time to rest between rounds. Yeah, exactly. Unless you're filled with regret. I think I want to check that out. Yeah, that bothers me. The new update in Steam, it doesn't actually... if you just send a kill command or a quit command, it doesn't actually quit. It minimizes. Now, to actually quit Steam, we have to go over here and we need to press the button and exit. Otherwise, it won't exit. That I don't like with the Steam update, because that's bullshit. Kill all Steam does not work. Oh, it does work, but I don't want to use that. I want Steam to shut itself down if it's in the middle of the downloading or whatever. Just downloading or updating, since it does that stuff. I just don't want to kill it with fire. I could do that, but I don't want to. Yeah, I just want to send the quit command and for it to quit. Like, I have keybinds for quitting any program with my window manager, but that, with the new Steam update, does not work. It just minimizes, which is unacceptable. Well, I don't know if it's unacceptable. Oh, I'm very far down today, aren't I? The camera must have, like, flipped around a little bit. There we go. That's fine, though. It is time to go to lunch. So thanks for hanging out, and have a good one, yeah. Cheers.